场虽然未能够取胜，但其实短暂的挫折算是队伍一个调整和成长的契机嘛。那面对这场 BO5的话，大家的心态又是怎样的呢？
面对这场 BO5，我们心态就是放手一搏吧，因为我们从打 IG 的 BO5学习到了很多东西。
今天即将和勋选手在野区展开交锋，你觉得最重要的是做好什么呢？
面对勋选手，我需要做好我的野区规划，因为他是一个前期变动能力很强的打野。
那我们来期待今天这场精彩的 BO5。同样，我们请到的是北京 JDG 的打野选手勋，也跟大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 JDG 打野勋。
上场比赛被让2追3之后，相信队伍也做了很多的总结，所以这场 BO5的话，大家的准备过程当中侧重于哪些部分呢？
上次 BO5可能在前中期的，就是在1、2、3、4盘，我觉得在整体中后期运营吧，然后还有前面的一些碰撞做的不太好吧，然后回去复盘之后也加强了挺多。今天的比赛，我觉得大家只需要把上次的失误改掉，然后今天认真玩就好了。
这个赛季这场比赛嘛，是你们头一回跟 EDG 在赛场相遇，你觉得胜负手会在哪里呢？
今天的话，我觉得中野辅的对抗会比较重要吧。然后我觉得在前期对抗谁取得优势的话，会让整局游戏赢得更简单吧。
好，我们来看一下这场精彩的 BO5。
Hello folks, getting ourselves ready over here, just trying to get Anivia up and running as well, so do give me a second. Wow, we just got a test of an emergency alarm. That's kind of crazy. We just got emergency alarm tested. Thank you, Germany. Glad to know that works. Good grief. I got very scared by that. And there we have it. Beautiful stuff. Getting ourselves ready for the next hide runs mads, guys, so we don't have them during the game.
哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。嘿，来认识一下这位新队友，全新沉淀 CLA 李宁英雄联盟斗魂觉醒系列现已上市。上京东搜游戏台式机，游戏主机低至8折抢。我在场就是主场，莫兹利安为 LPL 奶硬口。全新 OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄。
Hoping we're all good here now.
2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料。
That looks pretty fabulous to me.
当然战马。
We are here. Hell yes.
连续5
Glad to
年
see
中
it.
国电竞椅销量第1。开一局吗？开就开。保护有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯，酷睿 Ultra 200HX。
A test on a Sunday at 3 p.m. Yeah.
6边形战士。
I have now been officially warned. There we go. Right then, guys. I shall leave you with the walkouts while I make sure to go and get myself ready to go for this one. I'm glad you're feeling better, Harold.
有请上单 JDG 小徐。打野小号勋。中单 Angel Scout。下路安 Pace。辅助 Parukia 卓。2025 LPL 季后赛第5日，比赛将由 EDG 对阵北京 JDG。比赛即将开始 ，LPL 无畏竞巅峰。
Alright, folks. I missed a bit of draft. What a surprise. Let's turn this over, shall we? It's on. Wonderful. Apologies. That's what I get for going to get coffee. Alright, so here's where we're at. EDG, blue side, managing to pick up the Ori-Jarvan combo. They're getting themselves on the Corki. That's all well and good. On the other, Pantheon Akali. Very dangerous dive duo. But the Edward win. Alright, Kim, I see you over there. You want the Edward win? Yunara for Pace. He's been good. Last split he was genuinely excellent. I think he's struggled to be as consistent a win condition for JDG this split. Lock in Asylum. There's the front line they need. And they're leaving jungle up to last pick. It is Shun. Actually, I said that. They got the Pantheon then, so it won't be that. What are they leaving? It's support they're leaving up to last pick. Unless the Pantheon, I suppose, gets flexed. That would be very unusual. Yeah, it is indeed. Scout versus EDG, which is always going to be a law matchup of sorts, isn't it? Famously, Scout and EDG got into some legal litigation issues in terms of Scout leaving the team. A lot of money ended up being involved. Should be an easy series for JDG, says Karzol. I need to see whether JDG turn up like they did against BLG, or whether we get that kind of anemic, not on the same pageness that happens in the mid game, where they go for invades that don't work and then give up on making any proactive moves. EDG, I think, have drafted themselves a fine composition here. They've got themselves Ambassador, Jarvan, Ori, Nautilus. First bit of CC lands, everyone piles on. Very simple to execute, good skirmishing, back to front. Probably lacks a little finesse in some ways, but strong in its own way. Braum. I kind of like the Braum here, I'm not going to lie, but they're going to go for the Leona instead. More CC, more dive, can be more of a tank to try and be that front line that's required. Let's see where things go from there. So, let's do a little bit of housekeeping here as well. We're in the lower bracket right now, so as it stands, one of these teams loses, they are done for the year. Regional qualifiers are absolutely a thing. Edward Gaming, I don't think would have enough points to make it. Whereas JDG may get that opportunity. I'm hoping actually I've got the points off on one side, which would be very helpful. Where are our point scores? Because that would be very important to know exactly where we're at. Championship points, here we go. Because my memory was EDG's points are not fantastic right now. Yes, you need to be top 6. Be top 6. So you need to actually get ahead of JDG. Is where you need to get ahead of. W you already knocked out. NIP and Edward Gaming just about still in. But JDG are in 6th place in terms of championships points right now. So if JDG win, they guarantee they will have more championship points than Edward Gaming. Therefore knocking EDG out of this year. That is important. If your eye is on that, EDG need this win. Whereas JDG, it's not a done deal if they lose here, but it isn't pretty either. Alright folks, let's turn the volume up and grab my coffee. With this lower bracket slobber knocker. have my coffee. Nothing super scary seems to have occurred right now. Some wards put down. Flashes are all up, aside from Pays, who's just had his barrier popped, worth noting. Palkia down his heel. So JDG are the team with the shove on in right now. There is the EDG season win rate, or split win rate. Not the best win rate for Arns Corki, actually. But Palkia, very impressive. Hey, Dark World, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. Perfect game for Ori. It is a pretty solid game in the team fights. Side lanes suck. Akali, Pantheon, Sion, Leona getting involved. Like, some combination of those champions would be very difficult to disengage from unless your shockwaves are absolutely perfect. Reminder as well, clear live now on JDG. As his scout. There will be something deeply ironic about two of his more successful members sending the resurgent EDG home. Lane swaps come on through early, as they often do after that first reset, actually. Doesn't really lead to all that much. Pays has got himself the cult. Tier for Arns Corki. We have seen one Lulu Yunara, and it was actually significantly dangerous. I want to say it was BLG who did it, as Zhuo just gone on in. Ends up across the Valkyrie there, which was a bit scary. Turning around now as Pays has managed to increase his cultivation level enough to allow for a flash forward from Shun. And the shield vault secures the kill onto Palkia. Xiaohao's going to go looking for an invade and see what he can get on the other side. Wall down. Nabs those wolves. Will probably end up being two camps off of Shun here. Leona, if she's smart on the reset here, is going through mid. Yeah, wise from Xiaohao to leave. Gromp as well would have been a bit much, especially once you saw Shun on the ward. Too much on screen right now. Dragon spawned, but was really willing to take that early on here. Rubs, minute and a half, probably will end up being our first big engagement of the game, if the teams are willing to do it. At times, both of these organizations have been the very best in the LPL. For EDG, the downfall has been pretty meteoric. JDG still a mid-table team, at least. EDG went from one of the absolute best, literal world champions in 2020, Maybe 2021. I think it was 2022. Actually, have to think about that one. It was 2021. There we go. I was right. I just second guessed myself. Thank you very much. Scout is best. Should know that. And that was with Scout. '22 is DRX. Right, you are. And we had our back-to-back T1s. And now we're in the year of our Lord 2025. Here come the grubs. Shockwave on the jaw. Angel gets a bit of a chunk down. Jaw just ghosts away. Grubs were started, but they pull off. I don't know, with Angel being down that shockwave though, there might be some license actually for JDG to think about this. It's a big tool to use to only vaguely chunk out Jaw. Turn around with a solar flare, flag and drag. Jaw is the front liner for now. Will likely go down, but goes in with the Zenith Blade. In comes the Scion, forcing the flash out of Palkia. Flash over for the Roar of the Slayer, and the decimating smash won't get the knockup. Good damage back with the Comet Spear. Kill on the Jaw. The health bar's not particularly healthy for EDG. Ill bars. Public execution, that's onto Scion. In comes the hook after. Good turnaround. Xiaoshu now in danger, but Grand Starfall coming back around. ZDC been left out alone, tries to flash away. Draco stepping. Scout with a wonderful bit of execution. Xiao needs to back away. Does go down though to the Comet Spear. A decimating smash. And the team fight's all going very wrong for Edward, who are not doing very much gaming right now. Well, that's unfortunate. Shun needs to be a bit wary here. Don't die to grubs, Shun. Okay, phew, gets a bit of healing there. Needed that. LPLing. Absolutely. Morning, Derek. Good to see you. Let's have a look at the replay. Because this is all after Jaw's been allegedly caught with a shockwave all before this. And Cataclysm comes on through, but they burn a lot to just kill the Leona. At this point, just get Palkia up. And they got to shove through mid, and they think they have a pick onto Xiaoshu, and that's all well and good. They probably could blow up the Scion at this point, but then they all forced to retreat by Scout and the Pantheon coming on forwards. And either you fully commit for the Scion there, or you just don't go. They stick around too much. They halfway house how aggressively they want to play, and then they're getting punished for it. Now down 2,000 gold. JDG really running over this early game. In some very scary places too. Yunara's been involved in everything. You've got 2 kills on the Pantheon. You've got Dark Seal stacks on the Akali. Like, those are not things you want to see if you are an EDG fan right now. And for JDG, again, it has been, to put it bluntly, a mediocre summer split. Spring, they had that really large win streak, managed to go through playoffs, and lost at WE in very disappointing fashion. Scout had an awful playoffs, and it all fell apart. But there is a stat that people like to bring up, and I think it is quite an entertaining one, that Scout always wins at least 3 best of 5s in summer. Always. Very nearly 3-0'd BLG and then got reverse swept, but it was a close run thing. And Scout now with a first game Akali. There's a player you'd like to see step up for Jing Dong Gaming. Scout is probably right near the top of it. There's that old adage that goes, form is temporary and class is permanent. Form for Scout has unfortunately not been all that temporary. It's been the issue. But playoffs are here. Worlds is on the line. JDG right now. After a flying start in game 1. Roar of the Slayer to interrupt that one. Rah! Teleport topside. ZDZ probably does need to be a bit careful here. In fact, I don't think he's been very careful at all. Will publicly execute to buy himself some time. But there's an onslaught of... It's unstoppable enough to make ZDZ stop for at least another, say, 30 seconds. 20. Misread the timer. I made a guess. I was wrong. Clever pun on the fact that he can't move because he's in the grey screen, guys. Out comes Power Kill with the ghosts. JDG have got both sets of early objectives, by the by, with the kills and the 2 early objectives towards feats of strength. Need 1 more to secure those upgraded boots. In they go, jumping onto Palkia, who gets mashed. Romp goes as well. I mean, EDG, we needed them to have... Okay, we saw this a little bit against IG2, where they just need to be able to play in the early game. They were kind of bleeding out gold leads early there as well. So used to being ahead in the early game and just being able to outmuscle their opponents in Nirvana. It was the worry about stepping up into playoffs. Their team fighting prowess, their slick coordinated plays mean very little if you're doing it from such huge discrepancies. Scion's outlaning Ambessa by 20 CS. 10 CS in mid for an Akali Viori. 20 CS bot for Hayes VR. Those add up, as do the kills. As do the turret plates. Not an easy place to be here. At the very least, EDG now have their first items. It will be the Roa build on the Ori into the Seraph. We're seeing a lot of this in the LPL. And, like, I think for a long time, those of us who have watched Pro League of Legends are very used to seeing a particular brand of Orianna. And we all know the ones we're talking about. It's the fakest shockwave will find them all kind of plays, where you get these incredible high dopamine, massive damage shockwaves. And that's the way I prefer to see Orianna too, don't get me. But this build isn't for that. You are playing for multiple rotations, for your auto attack uptime, for utility, for longer fights. You're basically playing pseudo bruiser. PoE Nash's Orianna, absolutely tack. For Clockwork Winder. Honestly, with this build, Nash's probably isn't awful, actually. Try and get an engager. Jaw goes on in, force a flash out of Angel. Gets tipped over the shockwave to turn around onto Scout. Try to get the fast R1 into the E flip. Scout goes down with the public execution. EDG playing this one well. Finally tried it back, but of course, Pace is still dashing around. Arc of Ruin comes on down. 2 for 1 in favor of EDG. I thought Scout had gotten that Orianna, but there's the value of the Roa. Xiaoxu flashing out. Decimating smash. It's threatening. Flashing on forwards with the Valkyrie, with the Ilgo. Pace survives. They can't kill him. They just can't kill him. The Arc of Judgment to give him another assist. Angel survives the onslaught from Scout. Hit with the Shuriken Fit with the perfect execution. But there's still a grand Starfall and Angel. Oh, he's going to get ace. No, Comet Pick goes wide. Flash out. Should have to work a little harder for it than I think he was expecting. But the work's done. Scout had a glorious Shuriken Flip combo onto Angel. I thought that was going to be more than enough to take the Ori out of the game, because Angel is the one hit by the Zenith Blade. R1, E. But then has to flash R2 out, but there's a depth charge coming. And ZDZ gets a nice lineup for the public execution to show Akali how the ult should really be named. But it doesn't really lead in the end to the win that EDG needed. We're back to live. Shahal has picked up the Herald. The problem is they're now trapped in their own jungle, and this time there is no kill onto Scout. Pace gets one, Scouts get the other. Herald secured at the cost of 2. Oh, Xiaoshu gonna get jumped on. The double empowered recalls. We're waiting to see whether they get something down. As Angel is also here. Xiaoshu likely dead. He's got a bounty on him. It's donated over to ZDZ. Not bad. He'd already lost mid lane turret. Paze is running up the river, but Paze is kind of alone here. How did Paze end up there? Just managed to get over the wall with the RE. Transcends himself into untouchable shadow. Could potentially get over the wall here with that. ZDZ now being jumped on by Shin with the shield vault. Trying to dash away with the Dracon steps. Lacerating a little bit to give some more move speed. Flash, shockwave on 3. But again, the damage not that high right now. Herald coming on in. Could battle Herald it. Gonna try and make that one a case. Decides against it. Saw the thought process there. Sped up by the command dissonance. But turret secured. ZDZ survives. And EDG got a little bit on the board. This Paze is kind of good. Maybe he'll win LCK someday. I don't know. So many great LCK AD carries. Is Paze really up there? That was a joke for those who don't understand. For legal reasons, I have to qualify. Oh my days, Paze is so fed. 2,000 gold ahead of anyone else on his team. 2.5 ahead of anyone on EDG. Another couple minutes will drag him. EDG, JDG, JDG. It's like a combination of EDG and JDG. Vasu with 46 months. 46, but it wasn't enough, is what they said. How was that? Is missing just benched? We got a new team. I think he's benched / let go. He's just not on the team anymore. Here's a question. If Scout plays Annie and eats a cookie, can we call it a Girl Scout cookie? Ugh. Wow. JDG makes me angry. They do that sometimes, don't they? Arc of Judgment. Speed up the Kame step. Top lane turret under siege. Angel has got Seraphs and a fair amount of HP now from the rower, so double mana scalings. Atacam being started. JDG will be the ones to aggress onto the neutral objective. EDG in position to potentially contest. There was a world where they could come back in. This might be it. Scout not spotted. The far side alteration might just have done it. Unstoppable onslaught to split off Arn, who needs to Valkyrie away. Palkia now in danger. Rooted up, though. Takes quite a lot of damage. Has a lot of his resist shredded by the Atakan. It's down to 2,000 HP. Could end up being a bit of a flip. Solar Flare lands. 3k HP on the Atakan. EDG now in position. We're flipping. Xiaoshu's already down about half his HP. Gets himself a shield with the Roar of the Slayer of the Soul. Furnace taken by Xiaohao. He gets it. The kill after is coming on forward. JDG have hinted and into guard. Pays Arc of Ruin across 4. Can't get more. I kind of knew it. It's the intercard here in the LPL for a reason. Angel needs to be a bit careful here. This Pays is still an absolute menace. But that is now 42 petals for EDG. 42 petals. Empowered by Atakan. That is a lot of experience. It's a lot of AD. Scout's not going to jump onto Arn. Shuriken flip lands, but Xiaohao was waiting! Oops. Little frustrating. Palkia picks up that kill. But you take what you can get. They just sort of leash Atakan. And then Shun gets CC'd and absolutely blasted. Cataclysm. Smite. Very good. Little early on the smite there. Hey, Pitiless Vasu. Thank you for that one. Welcome for being subscribed for 4 months. Appreciate you. If you want to keep the hype train rolling. Now is the time, folks. Especially as EDG are mounting a solid comeback here. They're only 2,000 gold behind. They'll pick up a turret, and that will help as well. Now got more turrets than JDG do. I will also note that that gold lead is not including the value of the petals. And 43 petals is like... Gosh. 3,000 gold's worth of stats plus. Maybe even 4. One is worth like 100 gold, exactly. So we're on something like 4,000 gold's worth of stats, not including Atakan amping them by about 25%. Harold rightly calls out that JDG's gold lead is entirely on Pays, who has got a Mortal Shield Bow, I think possibly quite wisely at this point. He needs to stay alive. A little lower damage than an Infinity Edge. But it's a Chovy school of thought from ahead, build defensive. Gonna try and get the redemption heal as Pays just about survives. Immortal Shield Bow value is huge! Ori gets a Kali. It's 2 for 1. Xiaoshu now potentially in danger. Pays healing up off the wave a little. They've still got Arn, still got Palkia, still got Angel to work with. Xiaoshu chunk low. Teleport available back on in. And now EDG are on the wrong side of the rift. Shun could look to go forwards. Oriana threatening with a ball, but no shockwave. So flash on forward from Shun with the Shield of Daybreak. Pays. Eats an auto. Pays. Risk. Arc of Judgment. Slow. Forced to flash. Heal. Grand Starfall. Blast Cone available, but I think it's still going to be a dead Palkia. Gets a shield, but little else. Frost Bomb. Blast Cone over themselves. Now EDG just overstay too long. Can't get out on the Blast Cone. Reset from Shun into Grand Starfall. And they lose an extra few members. In the moment, it looks like EDG might be coming back into it. No, they're not. Should have run after they lost 2. Yeah, probably. Got caught on the wrong side of the rift. Depth charge down on the Pays, and honestly, Pays did a great job of surviving here. Shield barrier, shield bow, all required. Gets a really good angle for the Arc of Ruin. And that's that replay. Shun comes on in with the Grand Starfall. Can't get to the Blast Cone. And Mission Impossible is exactly that. Back to life we go. Baron's a possibility. Soul point for JDG. Stabilizing after the fumble around Atakan. Still. Solar Flare buffered through well. TP behind. They know it's coming now. Decimating Smash. Public Execution is forcing Scout to flash away from it. Does though. Hook onto Jewel. Tanking it up with the Eclipse, but not for long. Oh my days. EDG beginning to hurt now. He's got a Death Dance himself now. Pays trapped in the pit here. We'll need to untargetable shadow over the wall. Shall shoot. Pull back off the blast cone, by the way. So now he's trapped here between every member of EDG. Shuriken flip lands on the Shao Hao, but it's not going to be taken by Scout. Shao Shu flashes out to safety, but he's put back again with Parkia's dredge line. And they get the kill on the Scion. Hayes trying to shove through mid. Needs to be a bit careful here. Got a flash. He's quick enough to retreat. He's fine. How do they get Pantheon and Yunara on red sides? Yunara's been a weird one, guys. Mixed success of late. So the Pantheon in particular is pretty scary. And then not to get the Trundle into it. EDG went for what they wanted to draft. They said, look, we feel like we've got the tools to manage this. They gave up Yunara, Pantheon, Akali first 3. I wonder if Shockwave should have been saved, not used on the TP. I mean, basically, it was immediate flash from Scout. So, it burned Scout's flash for that. You still get the kill onto Xiaoshu. So, probably worth still. Means he won't have that up when Dragon Fight's occurring. Angel just about curls it. Zhonya's is the Solar Flare. Will need to flash out. Does so. Can potentially threaten with a Shockwave. Cataclysm combo. Paced out to half. Gets himself a barrier and an Immortal Shield Bomb for Public Execution. JDG finds Yunara. And the only thing being transcended is EDG's hopes in this game. Oh, it's glorious. They thought they had Angel. And the Cataclysm, the Shockwave alley-oops them all. Pace could do no more to survive there. His first death of the game. And it's going to lead to Baron to EDG. Oh, absolutely phenomenal. ZDZ, a player who was maligned as mid-table. That's the ult you're after. For Angel as well. For the longest time, he was truly elite in the LPL. Has been having to put in some hard work in some challenging teams. Zhonya's the Solar Flare. Flash out as Xiao Hao goes in with the flag and drag. Cataclysm. Shockwave. There's another player who people thought was going to be great and then kind of had that period where it just wasn't working on EDG. He's right back up and raring to go again. Oh, that's exceptional. It really is. Gold lead is gone. It's EDG's now. The thing is, I think any AD carry dies there. You have to wonder, where was the Pantheon? Where was the Akali? Someone to full contact that. Threaten the backline so Pay's got a bit more time to do something. It's the LPL special. You jump on my AD carry, I jump on yours. And that just didn't happen. Soul denied. Baron secured. Edward Gaming now, I fear, favored in this game. Who wins late game? Truly late? I think the Akali's going to be a problem. Though that said, so is the Ambessa. Much of a muchness. I think I prefer Nymaera over Corki late. I still do. 4th item Infinity Edge is nasty. The moment she gets something lifestealy, like, Nymaera is a hyper carry. She's just a short range one. Mid XP. Yeah, well, that's Roa and 49 petals. 3 level top, 1 in the jungle. That is the power of 49 petals in a Roa. I don't even think Scouts played a particularly poor game. Base now broken. On stepping in. Hook goes wide. JDG. Scout does actually land a really good shuriken flip back away. ZDZ. Low down. We've got the death stand, so some of that HP will keep ticking. Arc of Ruin comes on now. Shockwave on 2. Into Xiaohao. Flash out from Xiaoshu, who will likely burn out. Not quite. Scout's trying in the backline. Arc of Ruin into the shuriken flip. Perfect execution. Untraded for Scout. Palki is dead as well. Two for 1. Holds the base. Keep your second inhibitor up. Worth it. Scout getting a Zhonya's. I think that's probably quite sensible. There's that replay. ZDZ gets somewhat caught. Public execution to try and buffer some of the CC. Shockwave is solid, and you're thinking, okay, we can turn this. But Xiaoshu just about survives. And Scout starts to get messy in the backside as Pays isn't threatened in the way he was the last time. A really good Arc of Ruin. Scout tries to get out there with the rocket belt out, but it's just too much damage. The Cataclysm at this point still stings. Frozen Heart's an interesting one here. Cheap attack speed, slow onto Pays. Yeah, probably makes some sense. Probably makes some sense. Turret going down now, and EDG a really, really good recovery from what felt like an unwinnable game state in some ways. The Atakan has once again claimed a victim. It was only a window. "35 minutes deep." EDG with the base broken, but not fully completed in terms of that takeover. Third item, 4th item rather, done for Ambessa, who's 3k up now. This Oriana as well, with the Liandry's build in as well, is going to be really stinging those extended fights. Full battle mage status. Baron's up again. So's Dragon, though. EDG are 2-manning it. Double GAs on their top side engages. Dragon number 2. EDG win in the late game. JDG already choking. Kind of feels a little bit like that, doesn't it? Hey, Amber, good to see you. Hey, Rook, good to see you. Angel takes out the Blast Cone. Shun with a flash with a Grand Starfall. Will be hard to keep out of the pit without the power of death. Heard of God and anime being on your side? How about death? No one dealt much damage here. 20 from Orianna right now. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Shun trying to work his way around. Grand Starfall again, an angle. Baron started. ZDZ on a flank angle. Scout finds him. All the while, look at the minions. EDG can play a slower game. Xiaohao goes flanking a dragon forwards, gets jumped on. Armble Valkyrie in onto Shun, who gets the Aegis Assault down. ZDZ looking to get onto Scout and Xiaoshu. Flash away from Jaw. Palkia with the Ghost running went looking for a dredge line. Flash from Shun, flash from Jaw. It's about all that's really lost there. Inhibitor now under siege as it's respawned. Back to Baron we go. Shun healing. Those camps. Dredge time to Xiaoshu. Jaw stepping on it. He's pretty damn tanky at this point. And again, standoff in the river. Decimating smash goes wide. Jumping onto the Scion, who's just not very tanky. To all of the onslaught of damage. Jaw goes down. Redemptions come flying. And they lose to Leona. On! We're Valkyrieing to go and join Odin. Lost Sis out. Who picks him up. Perfect execution out. All the while on the other side. GA down. Xiaohao knocked up. Flags and drags out. But a good engage from ZDZ. Shockwave on top of him. Helps get another. As they bring down Nymaera. GA broken. Xiaoshu needs to be able to stand and fight. Will not be able to as Shun also dies. Xiaoshu is the latter part of his name. Footwear and leather. EDG march into the base. It's a scrappy fight. It's a messy one. Arn sells his life for it. But with only Scout remaining and a depth charge to the head, Scout can do nothing truly to hold on to the remaining Nexus turret. A standard of Demacia will plunge through his skull. And EDG mount the comeback to win game one. Oh, JDG. The more we try to characterize you, the harder it is. 2-0 up against BLG to get reverse swept. Everything in the palm of your hand this game to throw at Atacam. Hello, folks. Thanks for coming and joining us. I'm Initialise. Nymaera is at LEC meetings today, so it's just me for the day. You got me. Thanks for coming and joining us here. We have got ourselves some more of this gameplay to go through as yet. Reminder, it's Elimination Series. You lose here, you are done. EDG in particular. No way to get more points then. Don't know for JDG. They're on 30 right now. What happens if they lose here? I think with the fact that EDG end up with this one. Let's have a look at the bracket, shall we? EDG win this. They would end up between 1, 2, 3, 4. They end up 5th, 6th, wouldn't they? I think might be enough points, you know. 5th, 6th. Yeah, it'd be 40 points from 5th, 6th, which would put you above JDG. So either team loses here, they don't have enough points to go to regional finals. Lose, yeah, you win, you go above. JDG as EDG. EDG lose, they can't get anywhere near JDG's total, who got 10 in the other two splits. So not fantastic, but hey, got that. EDG decisively 0 points in splits 1 and 2. Are we realistically looking at a world where JDG could be knocked out by EDG of all teams? We absolutely are. I want to say thanks for LPL casting you and Nymaera. Oh, thank you very much. It's appreciated. Appreciate you guys coming and supporting us. And for those of you who do want to do that, please do make sure to follow us on the socials. If you're not following us on Twitter, on Instagram, all those kinds of things, please do so. We're at Initialise Cast at Nymaera. Please do, in fact, have a look at subscribing on Twitch. It's September. If you've got a Prime sub as well, it'll be really, really good. Thank you very much for those of you who do that. It helps us build towards Partner Plus and that kind of thing. Number 3, we have got a Ko-fi. In fact, let me get that link up now. For those of you who are not on Twitch but still want to support us, Ko-fi is a great way to do that. Which didn't work. That's frustrating. Do I need to do it a capital letter? Give it a sec. Fine, I can do that. Which is, of course, another way for you to support us. And finally, we've also paired up with League Mastery here, who are pretty damn awesome. They are a new website and platform designed to help you just get better at League of Legends. And myself and Alex have put together a program on there to teach you how to be a caster. For those of you who have not done so, here's a really cool link. If those of you want to get into learning more about esports, learning more about esports broadcasts, get deeper into the richer side of stuff and have an idea about what it means to be a caster, what Riot are looking for, it's a great way of helping yourselves out on that one. Is the bot even on? Should be. Not been turned off. We'll try again in 5 minutes. Here's that replay. Bot just said no. It did. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Exactly. Speaking of Honces, I say last night I read the story of Harurara. It's so emotional that I was just sat there sobbing. I know. She did win. She went 1 in 113. She won 1. Her last race she won as in the OAP Cup. Saved Kochi Racecourse from being shut down. Yeah, she did all right. Did all right. Ran a lot of races. Ran a lot of races, has to be said. Bro's got that drip. Oh yeah, I won this from G2. I have literally bought no G2 merch. I've won all the G2 merch I've got. I've got like 2 jerseys, a couple t-shirts, and a pair of Oakley Fortnite G2 sunglasses. Not even joking. Oakley? Damn, yeah, no. They're blue and yellow. They're very extravagant. Who's our MVP going to be? Angel. You know what? Yeah, that shockwave turnaround in mid to catch pace for the first time was pretty huge. He had some really important shockwaves. Good damage as well, considering that basically he went Battlemate Bruiser build. Roa Seraphs. Very impressive stuff. We'll turn this one over and make sure we got some ads rolling as well. Oh, he had a good game, didn't he? In the end. Part of that legendary Suning roster. Made world finals all those years ago. Had a really rough go of it over the last few years on a professional level, yes. Not been on teams that have been succeeding. Or a private one as well. And obviously, you had some serious family tragedies to manage while still being like the veteran star player on his teams while it was happening. Really, really tough. And I think there is a serious credit to be given, considering how very challenging it's been for him. Right, I'm going to get myself another coffee and get ready for the next series. Well, not series, next game. Back in a second or two, guys. Drop that volume down a little more as we come into the adverts. Guys, I'm looking for my coffee mug and realised I left it back here. I'm an idiot.
有个性的方式画世界，让眼界突破边界，
让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
上京东搜游戏台式机，游戏主机低至8折抢。
京东。
월드 때마다 집에 보내드렸던 것 같은데 이번에도 변화 없을 것 같습니다. 최선을 다해 플레이하는 것 같아요.
챔피언으로 참가했고 챔피언으로 떠날 계획입니다.
여기는 LCK가 아니고 월즈이고 월즈는 T1에게 적합한 무대라고 생각합니다.
5번째 우승 여러분을 위한 것입니다. 미래를 원한다면 증명하세요.
败者组失利的原因，我觉得就是我们的团战经验啊，包括一些资源团的一些准备，可能需要提升很多。京东嘛，然后我们也看过他们很多比赛，然后下一场面对他们，我觉得我们还是把团战做好，然后资源团的准备去做好就可以。京东我们之前也有训练过，然后了解对方倒还好，重点是我觉得我们去做好正确的事情去打就 OK。因为我们掉入了败者组，可能输了就止步第三赛段了，然后我就感觉要更享受这个舞台吧，然后每一把都做好自己。希望后边的比赛，我和我的队友，就是我的队友，我希望他们可以更好的去享受舞台，去放轻松，去打好每一场自己的表演秀。
Oh, I'm back. Boom. Did someone buy a jersey from Ning's shop? I have not tried VTech. Because of course we're over in EU, so it's not that easy to try a lot of that stuff out. So I genuinely don't have an impression. But if anyone knows, by all means, say. I have no idea. Turn League Mastery off now as well, I suppose. Whoop. Okay. Back onto screen. Should be in draft shortly. Scout on screen there with the bright red jerseys at the minute of JDG. See whether JDG can help turn things around here after a disappointing, to say the least, fumble it out of camp. Zir, Rumble, Poppy, Nico, and now the Galio off the table. There's the Wukong. Annie gets locked in. Now, EDG need to have a think about what they want in response Talia for Angel to get through draft phase here. Is Shun a Qiyana player at the minute? There's a question. Yes, the Wukong pairing's gone, but we have seen some very nasty Qiyana play with Annie. Shout out to Kanavi. Oh, that's a fun hover. As is that. Shaha, of course, famously an Evelyn player back in the day. Some really fun hovers. Alas, it's been a hot minute since we've seen some of our Shadow Isles junglers. Renekton is the choice. Shun is a Qiyana player. What did I tell you, folks? Annie Qiyana is a hell of a pairing. Basically, because Annie lands a stun and Qiyana goes 4. And with that tee up, just smacks the head off whoever is unfortunate enough to be stunned and chunked. Jaroslav, I'm going to say this out right now. Annie, Qiyana are top tier picks at the minute. They really are. They really are. Like, don't get me wrong, Talia, Renekton, very strong. Going to take that away. Alistair, obviously a great frontline here as well. But the Qiyana right now has become very, very scary. If you've not been paying attention over the last, say, 2 weeks. Qiyana first pick game 1, we're seeing. We are seeing Qiyana first pick in game 1s. And it winning. Like, successfully. 5,000 individual gold leads. Like, you have to be a good jungler on it. Shun, of course, made his name on Kindred, on Nidalee. On basically being... play with lane prio, invade, be an absolute monster from that perspective. And then there were questions and criticisms about actually how flexible is he as a play style, what happens if he doesn't have that priority, etc., etc. I think he's had to reinvent himself a little bit on JDG. Somewhat successfully. I don't think he's a top tier jungler necessarily all the time anymore. But you have got to remember, at his best, he's a very voracious invading jungler. Use high priority bot lane really at this point. They're banning out Varus and Rakan. Sivir away from Arn. Yeah, it would have been just a guaranteed shove in some ways, or at least one you can fight for it a lot more. Hey Trinity, good to see you. Be surprised if any jungler at this level isn't a Qiyana player right now. Yeah, but you would have said the same thing about Zed and stuff. And I disagree. I think Qiyana is actually a very, very high execution jungler, and you have to be a good carry jungler to do it. Now, fortunately, the LPL has a lot of those. Shun is among them. Of course, Kanavi, Tien, Tarzan. Qiyana's a hell of a lot stronger than Zed was. I'm not sure that's true. Zed jungle was very, very, very potent. Qiyana runs into different issues to Zed. But my rule has always been with things like Qiyana, things like Zed at a pro level. If you can't play it as well as a mid laner could, then don't bother. The Axiom buff has very much helped again. I agreed. She's getting through a lot of rotations on it. It feels very, very good. Oh. So, for those of you who weren't here yesterday, the big win that Weibo Gaming did manage to get yesterday was on a very impressive Kalista performance. But instead, they're going to go towards the Lucian Braum lane. Can be very aggressive into the Kai'Sa, who is quite short range and at risk of those Braum passives coming on through. What the hell, G2 streamer? I get paid by G2 occasionally to do things like their G2 help broadcasts. So kind of. Like, I don't get me wrong, I prefer Qiyana right now. Qiyana offers more AoE, but Zed has a lot more mobility, a lot more safety, a lot more single target burst. The Shadows, he's a poke mage in a way that Qiyana's not, so you can play him as poke. And obviously I'm talking about Zed, the height of his power, rather than Qiyana right now, which is also very important. How's the meeting, Al? Going well? Just good safety. No, you got triple Shadow. Play, and you don't have to all in, which Qiyana does. You can play for just poke. You don't have to all in, as said. Got much more tools to escape. Yeah, Grass Blade's fine, but it's still very short range, and your sustain is very limited. Can't run Qiyana. Qiyana feels more versatile right now. Agrees. That I will agree. I think Qiyana feels like, actually, because of her AoE in team fights, she's just good. My point is much more around, actually, what level of skill do you need to pilot this? Because you do need to be a good Qiyana. A bad Qiyana will still suck. And mechanically, the floor is very high on Qiyana, much like it was with Zed. It's not necessarily a question about which one fits in which draft better. That's not the argument. There we go. A bad Zed would also suck. Precisely. A bad Qiyana will still suck. Look at you, Lucid. Precisely. Unfortunate stuff. Fortunately, I think Shun has it. Let's up that volume. Lock in for this next game. I like that Qiyana pick. I do. If EDG could get to mid-game, get the Kai'Sa rolling for Pays. Sorry, not for Pays, for Arndt. Life is fine. If not, that Annie Qiyana could really cause some trouble. Let's listen to those gyos. So, JDG scary mid-jungle, but it's not like Xiao Hao and Angel are poor here either. Bit more ability to play for the collapse while double globals with Kai'Sa and Pantheon. Not Pantheon, Talia. Once those first items of level 6 come on through, you really want to make use of the Xin Zhao, of the Renekton, of your collapse timings. And try and get those skirmishes in your favor. I think I prefer JDG's draft, but that's because I really like Annie Qiyana as a pairing right now. I think it's really, really fun. That said, EDG have got a good draft. It's not like it's a bad draft. As I said, Kai'Sa, Talia is a great pairing. Xin Zhao's strong right now. There are no bad Zed and Qiyana's. I saw Kanavi's first Zed game. It was appalling. That was Kanavi playing it. It was atrocious. He hinted his face off. There's a fight bot side. Shove. Secured by Pays. And Jaw. Scout, just trading out with Angel a little bit there. Not too much to be seen, honestly. Xiao Hao maybe looking topside, though. Is it a Scuttle Crab invade? Ah, invade into the jungle instead is the idea. Okay. Oh boy, now this gets interesting. I'll try and maybe think about that one. Just thinks it's a bit too risky in the end. Fair enough. Top side, good chunk from ZDZ. Is an excellent Renekton. ZDZ's Renekton, for those of you who have not been following. Whew. Not that Xiaoshu's Renekton's been bad either. In fact, Xiaoshu has been JDG's best player this split. Good combo on the ZDZ. And arguably, Xiaoshu's the best Renekton in the league right now. Which is kind of wild to think about. There you are. Not too much happening as the lane swaps will come on through. Very quiet for a moment or two here as we set ourselves up for potential scuffle over Dragon. Actually, Palkia finds a headbutt Pulv. Tay's going to step on forwards himself. Passive is beginning to get propped courtesy of Braum, though. That makes things a bit more interesting. Heal popped on both sides, but it's just a tete-a-tete. Meeting of the swords, but no real additional work until Palkia. Flash for the Pulverize. Back out from Duo. They do get the kill regardless, so Xiaohao's in the background. Well played, EDG. Kiana was on that reset. Xiaohao yet to go back. Yeah, it's a fun one. Head to head. Shun. Now looking mid. This is the combo you need to be afraid of. Angel's gonna have to flash really well here. In we go. Flash. Oh, Scout. Okay, well, doesn't find it. Flash, flash. See, Tak has the accents ready to go. It is a French saying, I believe, in the background, to be fair. French. Obligated to say something mean as a British person. One of my favorite oh god. Take out the armrest. Okay, bit of a look here with the Pathmaker. All out in a 1v2. Not bad from Xiaoshu. Palkia's in danger. Where's the next Q? Flash on forwards. Now Art's in danger as well. Q3 just wide. Overcomes Xiaohao. Looking for some more work. Needs to get a Pathmaker off. Can't quite do it. Kiana's around though. So is Scout. So is Jor. Weaver's Wall coming. Evening things up. Teleports flying from everywhere. Palkia respawns. Stumped from Scout on 2. Oh my days. The collapse from EDG comes from nowhere. God bless Spellbook, guys. Have a look at the replay. Xiaoshu initially makes his 1v2 look really good. Can't quite get on at the end of there. If he lands his Q3, watch a little bit later on when he gets closer. If he lands that Q3, I think things get a lot more interesting. Can't quite do it. Otherwise, I think that world could have been a little different there. And then Scout split off by the double teleports by the Weaver's Wall. So double teleport and Weaver's Wall. Reminder when we were saying about the collapse time from EDG with this comp. Yeah. Still a thing. It's a Grubsby look. Palkia over this wall here. Shun should still just pick up this last grub. I think just fine. Yeah. Ooh, early spike. It's fine. Got the combo. When's our next dragon? 3.5 minutes. Okay, bit of downtime here. People want to blow ults to make plays around turrets. That's probably what you might see a little of. too much more right now, has to be said. And the game slows down again just a little bit. A touch. A drop. Palkia off on that one side. Bit of a chunk there. ZDZ. That's what he can. It's actually gone Cull on the Renekton. Interesting. That's a little unusual. Has to be said. Chow getting a little invade there onto the Raptors. Vision control now gets a bit interesting to track. Angel potentially in danger. Ghost from Jaw, gonna get him in range. That's always a bit threatening on the Braum. Culling is good. Angel's low! Flash for the last auto. Pace can't get it. Angel again with the clutch flash to escape. Palkia's gameplay giving me Ming vibes. Hyper opportunistic pick player. I can see it. Ming was one of the greats. Ming's Alistair, I think probably his most famous. But then again, probably true of Mako too. Shun, yet to really find a good opportunity to drop a supreme display of talent. Has got the Profane Hydra. Has gone for the Electrocute. Kanavi favors the first strike. EDG hard won draft again. I somewhat disagree because I think Kiana Annie is utterly busted right now as a combo. Though I will note that JDG have failed to execute on it well right now. This, however, is the combo we're talking about. There is no counterplay. Now Palkia, there comes the Grass Blade. Courtesy of the Edge of Ixtal. Oncoming. Will likely be traded. Scout gonna go down. Gonna get some damage back. The collapse comes on in. Should be able to secure that one, but of course it takes 4 members total because Angel dies as well. So what's it going to cost elsewhere? ZDZ heads back bot. Lucian gets a shove in mid. Not really all that much there, but hey, that's a 30 CS lead in the bot lane. Kiana's 6-0 in the LPL right now, by the way. She is undefeated in the LPL. Nice ulti, Angel just dominating the role. Angel's been really good. He's been really good for a while, honestly. I mean, for years. I mean, like, even on bad teams, he's been the shining light. And I think for this EDG roster now, the rest of the year was looking so sucky. I think he's been trying really, really hard. 0-1 in the LEC. Well, that I suspect might be a bit different. I might pick her up, to be honest. I do love Kiana. I think she's really fun as a concept. Every time I play ARAM with that champion, I have fun with it. Bit of a chunk from the culling. Dragon's up. Skill issue. Precisely. Xiao Hao has to be really careful face checking here, because otherwise Shun will full combo them. Second Grass Blade, Terror Shape into Elemental Wrath. (0-5) at LCK, LEC, LCP. Yeah, that's partly because the best Kiana players in the world will come from the LPL. That's why. Void Seeker comes on forwards. Glacial Fissure. Great headbutt. Pulverize. And Pays is dead. It's a kill over to Arn. Xiaoxu needs to flash. And Arn, what an excellent fight from him. Full control on the river means nothing when Palkia finds an exceptional flash pulverize. Jaw had healed, didn't really get to use it. The Glacial Fissure wasn't enough to deny that one. Let's have a look at that replay in a second or two, because I really want you to watch Palkia's angle here, because he gets absolutely everyone you could ask for. And despite having command of the river, despite being able to threaten with Glacial Fissure and Annie full stun and Supreme Display of Talent, it should have been impossible to get through here. They're on vision the entire time. They haven't swept wards properly. And it's just so good from Palkia. Oh, flash 3-man pulls. Not fully controlled the river. That ward by Dragon Pit allowed them to see exactly what was going on. They were allowed to get through that banana bush for free. And now it's a second dragon, and EDG have got their Kai'Sa into a very scary point. One always was a Kai'Sa player. Famously, of course, in Split 2, got picked off 3 times versus Monkey Skarner to prevent going up into Ascend. And the Shinzao getting some early gold, really important for Xiao Hao. Means he's staying even with the Kiana, who with her farm speed can just steamroll ahead. Can JDG win? Yeah, they can. But these early skirmishes are not about comp at the minute. They are about objective setups, and those have been problematic here a couple times in a row. And that's a problem. EDG with their comp wanted to make sure they can play through this kind of 10 to 20 minute mark with the ability to collapse with more members, the ability to abuse level spikes rather than pure item spikes, and set up the Kai'Sa for success afterwards. It's done really, really well. I was worried that the Lucian Braum might end up punishing some of those shorter range members, that the Kai'Sa might end up getting more blasted in lane. And in fairness, she has, right, in terms of CS, but because she's picked up kills and the cull cash in, she's actually doing just fine in gold, despite Paige being up, what, 40 CS now? Double TP. They're trying to return the favor. No way Kai'Sa's going to get to join. There's nothing on the top side of the map to collapse on. Supreme Display of Talent. Kill for Xiaoshu. Redemption onto Paige keeps him healthy. Palkia's going to keep looking. Culling will clear out the wave and chunk out arm, but the redemption keeps him back healthy. Probably swapped it for the fights. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, Spellbook baits is quite a lot. Heralds. Battle Herald angle. Pays. Going to get not jumped on. Turret goes down. Jaw left at half. Glacial Fissure comes down to prevent any follow-up on him. But you're right, Anton Roll. And also, well, obviously, I see you've been a sub for a little bit. Welcome, by the way. Thanks for coming and throwing a message in chat as well. I suspect you may have been gifted one by that great Overlord Necker. But yeah, very wise words there. Spellbook has led to us having unexpected abilities and utilities from supports that might not have been available otherwise. Scout being down 40 CS at this point is a bit rough. He does like to give up resource to other members of his team, and I think part of that is them just giving up multiple wave solution. I'm not going to lie. There's a shove onto Jaw. Gets up the door eventually, but it's a little late. Replay showed Jaw had heal, so he's actually sold Pays there for replays to be believed. Yeah. Maybe. Did the reverse sweep mentally doom JDG? They were so far ahead in game 1 and then threw it as well. So I think back-to-back ints and throws might have done their mentally. We'll see. Pays is still playing well. He's had a couple good games back-to-back. Yunara was scary. The Lucian's still farming well and playing well. Up 50 CS. You know, you're staying close enough here in a way that he might not have done. The Kiana's got 2 items. She is wildly ahead in terms of farm in the jungle as well, which always counts for more gold. Hayes, good chunk onto Angel, forced to flash. Credit to Angel actually surviving a lot of attempts on his life. The problem is all the while ZDZ is going to get this tier 2. They get over the wall though, should be able to pick up this turret. So the Weaver's Wall won't save it. Tier 2 for tier 1 mid and Dragon is probably okay for JDG. ZDZ may be forced to come and teleport in, but there's no wards this time for EDG to have more knowledge of what's happening. Someone needs to reset and stop ZDZ getting a chunk on the turret. The wave will crash. Atakan is up. Oh, hang on. Never mind resetting to claim the wave. They want this Atakan. It's being taken really fast. There's no Weaver's Wall or teleport for Angel. They're too slow. EDG were too lackadaisical. TP's now coming, but I think it might be too little too late. Where is Xiao Hao? Not here right now. Fight after my get into a supreme display of talent onto his EDZ, the flanker. All the while buying so much time is Xiao Shu. Blown up the Renekton. Welcome to the party, Xiao Hao, as he's dragged all out and into the waiting arms of Jing Dong Gaming. Oh, that's to alter wave flash over the wall. Angel with a seismic shot, but they've lost 3 members. JDG, it's the inversion of game 1. Mid-tier 1, Dragon and Atakan. As EDG go, wait, what? They were not ready for that aggressive play. ZDZ on the flank gets neutered by the supreme display of talent. Xiao Shu, excellent. Cassante stalling. And ZDZ gets to do nothing with the Fed Renekton, who's just backed after getting an insane amount of gold. Immediately pops, Starex means nothing. Angel gets no value. Xiao Shu in a 1v3, buys all the time in the world, and then drags the jungler into his waiting arms of his team, having already secured the Atacans. We can't even get a smite steal. Glorious stuff. Really clean. Reverse flower count from last game. Yup. JDG another one with 38 flowers to 5. Ooh, baby. Arn's still scary, of course, building towards a 3rd item. He isn't done yet, so to speak. Couple minutes till Dragon. Hayes. Alright. The jungle we go for JDG. Now we're looking mid as well, having collapsed on in. Teleports come flying. Now EDG are in this position where their composition is short range. On the whole, earlier spiking. Now Lucian's a bit of a fly in the ointment compared to that, but at this point the Kiana is a problem. A real problem. Sante as well. Very, very challenging. Talk about a swing in momentum, my goodness. Yeah, honestly, yeah. A couple games in a row we've had, well, game 1 and game 3's had that, really. Nearly at Nash's for Arn. That might help a little bit. Ooh, Palkia, it's going to be all right. It'll be all right. At the moment this Edge of Night gets done for Shun, I think this Kiana is going to really negatively impact Xiao Hao and the rest of the team's existence. And again, Kianas do this. 3 levels ahead in the jungle now. That is a win condition in and of itself. That is the highest level in the game from the jungle. In 2019 at her heyday, that was when we were seeing the likes of Graves, when Canyon was becoming a player the year after, when Tien was winning Worlds. On things like Kiana, Petals, and an 80 CS lead in the jungle. In the jungle! There's a world where Shun ends up flame horizoning Xiaohao in the jungle. Still believe in the JDG throw machine. You know what? I'd love to disagree with you, but they've done it before. So, you know, that's not even that wrong. You're only a few hundred gold ahead. To be fair. There's that Edge of Night. Dragon started. Void Seeker. It's on to Xiaoshu. TP behind. Weaver's Wall. Xiaoshu going to be left at the front line. Cullen comes on through. Palkia is the one who ends up tanking a lot of it. Down to 2,000 HP. It's won by Xiaohao. Very early smite. Xiaoshu goes all out. Will likely die here. Flashing away. ZD's into the back line. Shun tries to get all out. It's a good supreme display of talent, but dies regardless. ZDZ with a much better flank angle. Unspotted this time. Butts a bit deep from Xiaohao. He goes down. Pays looking to dash forward. He's got license to do some work as EDG. A half HP. Lose vision. Control wall comes down. Flash for the disintegrate. Piercing lights. Vigilance from Pays. A triple kill for the AD carry. Everyone deserves a second shot. How about a full cartridge? Glorious, glorious cleanup from Pays. They lose the dragon, but win the team fight. Palkia with a Hex Flash and a Smite and a Dream. Just don't think he's going to get there quite in time. Though I will say the Lucian, not actually that threatening. That's a 4-level advantage. I don't think Palkia wins this. Can't get in range. They're wise to these supports. Spellbook ways. JDG claim the Baron. Not the Dragon. Soul Point was secured by EDG. Hopefully we'll get a replay here. Starts with a very early smite from Shun in a second or two. Tries to burst it out. 395. Tries to time it with the smites. Doesn't happen. Xiaoshu flashed out. But ZDZ gets in here with Arn. And it's looking great. Shun goes down, but the supreme display of talent means that Xiaohao and Arn aren't really doing that much work. And then Pays is about to have all the time in the world. Xiaohao, that was too far. That might have cost him the fight and the game. Heal from Pays, or heal from Shun to keep Pays up. Control wall goes down. Flash from Scout, damage is in. Dash, immediate cleanse. The autos are flying, so even though he loses vision, it means nothing. Burn gets the last. Very, very smooth. Lucian Braum is a bit of a menace into short-range compositions. Pretty much everyone is short-range, though I will say the Void Seeker profile changes things for Arn. Now he's got some AP. Oh. Sometimes believing really, really hard pays out. Wow. Wow. That's incredibly poor. Thanks for the reset, Mika, by the way. Couple thousand gold to JDG at this point. 10 stacks, not Dark Seal for Scout. Yeesh. Official Flame Horizon for Shun is 10 CS off for those who are tracking. 90 CS lead right now, also. More of Malmortius for the Lucian. You're into Talia, you're into a vaguely AP Kai'Sa, actually. Yeah, that probably are your two main threats. Xiaohao just jumped into them. Yeah, it was not great. Not the biggest Baron power play of all time, must be said. However, JDG are known for many things. Being fast to close games out is not one of them. I think ZDZ played that one pretty well. Yeah, it's other related to like meetings and sometimes just need a break. Yeah, we try to be on every day we can. But because it's just two of us, it's every day of the week. Sometimes it's a bit much, is the honest answer. Al, for example, is at an LEC meeting today because they're prepping for games on the weekend. Shun on a flank angle here. Gonna try and threaten Xiaohao. Dragon in 8 seconds. This would be sold for EDG. There's your out. There's your in. Palkia goes in. Doesn't really get as much as open for Shun. Still off vision. Xiaohao still warding him off. Xiaohao's job here is keep them off. Shun with a flash angle. Theoretically, just jump over the wall with supreme display of talent. Flash WR. Weaver's wall. But that's just terrain for Shun if he wants it. They blow up the Taliyah, who got absolutely eviscerated. Supreme display of talent and to take on the dragon. Oh no, EDG. Lucian gets 5k down. Nearly 6 in the team fight. Xiaohao needs to run to safety. Lose the dragon, lose the team fight. And EDG's one silver lining quickly tarnishes. To the inhibitor, go JDG with multiple members dead. No wave clear here. Jingdong Gaming will be surely cleaning up game number 2 to even out the series. Palkia goes on forwards and pays just relentless pursuits away before looking for a little bit more. Looking to put another few shots into the head of Xiaohao. Accounts open for Jingdong. The fumbles of game 1 turned around here in game 2. Atakana difference maker once more. Pays a difference maker. And they bring us to an even state of affairs. These are from Angel here. Actually, wait. I'm doing my spiel and Pays just dies. They can't end it. Oh dear. I don't know how much it changes, but the game stays on. Huh. Pays may have got a little deep there. That one will suck. If they lose this game, you know where it happened, folks. Seeing a lot of ers and ums. And that's understandable. Baron's up and Pays is dead for 14 seconds. I don't know how easy it's going to be. Angel's TPing mid. Can Weaver's wall in. Pays still dead for 5. EDG, if they go now, we'll have the man advantage. Medjai just got completed by Scout. Firm fan of reading. By the book, folks. Over the wall. Arjo and Xiaoshu. Shun on a flank. They know he's here. Elemental Wrath. In the form of a grass blade comes along. Edge of Night blocks the Void Seeker. 4 items for Kai'Sa. There's your out. 3 for Taliyah is not bad either, actually. You do have Taliyah. You do have... Shun needs to be really careful, because that could happen. In comes on with the Killer Instinct. Half of Shun's HP bar goes down. Now looking forward to the Pathmaker with Xiaoshu. Looking for a pullback. Gets exhausted. Weaver's wall denies too much of an engage. Almost. Shun gets away with it. Still had the flash, I suppose. Back to Baron we go. Weaver's Wall. Killer Instincts. Unbreakable Will down. And I think with those big ultimates out, whereas JDG holding on to theirs, it'll be Baron for Jingdong. Thought they had their window, but Shun doesn't fall. Have a solid one at work. See you around Scouters Best. Hopefully we'll see you on mobile. Sneak your headphones on. Game stalled, but not over. 30 seconds until Dragon. EDG, I think, are happy enough to play this one slow. They have got some wards around. Shun should just pick that one up. Flame Horizon has been hit in the jungle, by the by. The only thing I'll note, though, is that Shun has maxed out an XP. Can't keep that level lead up anymore. Cyrilda's completed. 4-item Kiana. Yeesh. Dragon number 3 JDGs. But I think EDG happy to give it up. It's not soul. A little bit of time left on this Baron, minute and a half. Going down. Inhibitor turret under siege. Xiaoshu on the flank, taking the inhibitor in mid lane down again. Cullen comes on down. Just short on hitting Xiaohao for more than 5-10% of his HP. Inhibitor turret mid goes down. Pathmaker gives Xiaoshu that extra bit of tankiness as he backs away from potential danger. Inhibitor turret number 2 falls. Inhibitor after. 30 seconds of Baron. JDG have enough here to make the push happen. EDG must mount the walls, and Scout throws in an explosive. He's an Urukai Berserker this time around. They do lose the Annie. The Renekton is traded. Arn trying his best to get some damage down. Just about out of range of being hit with the Brawn passive. Jumped on by Xiaoshu, misses his Q3. Oh, Xiaoshu, no! Arn survives. Pei's still alive, though. She'll get the door up. In comes the Weaver's Wall, splits off the Brawn. Can't get on top of him. Has flash, doesn't get forced to burn it. Stand behind Braum, and inhibitors fall, but not Nexus turrets. Game stays on. How are they failing to close up pace? I would be wary about backing that. Scout had Zhonya's. I think he just had to immediately Zhonya's after that play. Or arm guard, at least. Let's have a look again. Scout goes flashing. Doesn't get Angel. Doesn't get Angel, who's been really crisp with his flashes today, actually, against Scout. And credit to ZDZ for the immediate flash punish. Shun also flashed. Didn't really get as much with that Scream Player's talent I think he was hoping for. Arn surviving. Xiaoshu not getting the Q3 means that Arn gets to keep firing. It's another kill for the Kai'Sa. Who's coaching JDG? Yep, it's Clear Love. 5th item for the Kai'Sa. Has a Zhonya's now. And a Void Staff. Again, to all you AP Kai'Sa enjoyers, or your hybrid Kai'Sa enjoyers, pick up Void Staff. You'll get more damage than Death Cap from it on Kai'Sa. Just the way with her passive works. You want that pen over nearly everything else there. Back again we go. Scene of the crime. culling down onto Angel. Ow! He's chunked low. They jump forward onto Shun, who doesn't necessarily get that much value. Palkia low does go down. Cleaner so far from Jing Dong Gaming. One Nexus turret remains. Malignant's burn. Cycling around ZDZ, who's popped the dominance. Bring up Void Seekers. Pays shielded by that Molten Shield. On needs to go heal. Defensive advantage. Weaver's Wall blocking off the minions. It's blocked by Jaw, though, allowing an access for the minions on in. ZDZ no longer having that passive flash from Chao Hao to get to the backside. It's about to go over the Crescent Guard, but on the backside with the Picantian Raid. They get a hold of Kiana. Short store amount of timeout. On gets another. Pacey to back away. Jumped on. Flashes back to the fountain. They can't get the kill. All out across the Nexus turrets. Angel low. Pays. Piercing lights. Brings down the Talia. And somehow, some way, it's a 3v3 around the Nexus turrets, and one still stands. JDG don't finish it yet again. Fourth attempt. Finally, the next turret balls. They got on. All out. Trying to keep a hold of it. Dies. You can't erase the passive. Palkia's back. 2v2. Scout and Pays v On. And Palkia. Tip is doing work. Headbutt pull on 2. Void Seeker down. Icathian must raid. But the Nexus is going down. Zonya's piercing lights. Jing Dong Gaming finally get the game over the line. It doesn't inspire you with confidence, does it? It really doesn't. They won as the turret respawned. Oh my god. I mean, good grief. Amber, do you mind clipping that if you get a chance? We're here, folks. Thank you, Amber. Much appreciated. Don't forget to thank Mecha for this amazing game. Thanks, Mecha fanboy. Was a long fight there. That's okay. Get what you can. I appreciate you, Amber. Credit to EDG for holding on there, but that fumble with the over... So ZDZ shoving for tier 2 was fine. But then they give up mid-tier 1 and Dragon and Atakan, and that really hurt EDG, who were in a really good position before. Not great after that, was it? I mean, JDG didn't close up that cleanly. Credit to Arn, I think, who tried really, really, really hard to keep them in that game. Credit to Angel as well with some very clutch flashes, stayed alive against a lot of attempted engages. A lot of other mids would have been caught by those scout flashes. Feed me, Sumo. I see you, little shop of horrors. Enjoy it. You sure look like plant food to me, my friends. Feed me. Clean end by JDG. Yeah, wow. My question still remains, who's got the deeper pool, Arn or Pays? Pays for me. For sure. And suddenly Seymour was chatting in YouTube. Now I've got Little Shop of Horror songs in my head. Oh no. Oh, there's damage. Pays. My god. Those AD carries were really trying. My god. Pays is quite good. Pays is quite good. Not super impressed by Shun's Kiana. It was fine. Couple good picks, couple good supreme displays of talent, but it wasn't really about them despite... Considering you had a 3-level advantage on Kiana with 4 items, you should have been more of a threat than you were. Multiple times you were looking for ults that didn't happen. And that worries me a bit. I am not sold by Shun's Kiana. It was okay. Needs to be better than okay if you're going to play that champion, though, as I've said before. Pays just refuse to lose is the answer. Reminder, guys, if you have not as yet, please do follow, like, comment on Twitch and YouTube. If you have not as yet, please do consider subscribing on Twitch. It means a lot to us, to those of you who can do that. Helps keep us in business and allows us to keep doing this for all of you. For those of you who have that extra bit of money, consider gifting as well. It is September. It's a great time to do it. Twitch Prime users, you do get a free sub every month. Mika gave us a Prime sub earlier on. Thank you again for that one. 6 months for that, by the way. If you're on YouTube, you have got a Ko-fi link. We have got a League Mastery link as well for those of you who want to get involved, either by donating directly or getting something cool for your money in League Mastery, which is pretty awesome. And I'll link that one in there. For those of you who are interested. And let me get the Ko-fi link as well. Come on, bot. Let's go. Bot just isn't liking me today. There we go. Well, that's League Mastery. No? Nothing. Ah, there it is earlier on. Got it. Boom. Boom. That'll do. Still post the auto message. Who knows? Who knows? But there we go. Right, guys, I'm going to go get myself a glass of water. Open this door. Oh, wait, hit that. And I'll be back for game this one. But did Alex take a spot with him? Maybe he did. Maybe that's what happened. We'll leave it to you with MVP. I think we know who MVP is. It's Pays. It can't be anyone else. But I'm going to run for a quick bio break and be back with some more hydration sensation that's sweeping the nation. Thanks for the follow, by the way, Hamza.
业的猎手，更是夜拍的高手。OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰人像 MVP。
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL
皇冠战马，更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
奥方电竞椅职业战队的选择，连续6年，中国电竞椅销量第1。奥方 G7 专业人体工学电竞椅，22项调节，提供腰颈肩全方位支撑。上官方旗舰店搜奥方 G7。
今晚碾压局，你的车
就这样了吗？或者说，
开局吗？
开就开。
Did I run adverts? Yes, I did. Well done, me. Hello, guys. I'm back. Let's take a quick break. Ugh. Thank you, Amber, for the clip. I will nab that and send it to myself at some point. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da. Oh, yoink.
게임이 부작돼요. 풀어나가는 것이 좀
Didn't know 25 was the time traveling years. TI4. Huh. Oh.
그것보다 더
Hello, Pace.
문제였겠지만 잘 해결해서 좀 될 것 같습니다. 되게 팀 호흡이 좋은 것 같고 요즘 잘 못해서 저희 잘 준비해서 이겨봐야 될 것 같아요. 대회에서 처음 상대봐가지고 남은 기간 동안 대회를 잘 보고 어떠한
I think zero talent is a little bit harsh. I think ZDZ's actually had a really good series. I think Angel's good. I think Palkia is a very good revelation. Arn's experienced and solid enough. I actually think he had a pretty good Kai'Sa game. I think Xiaohao had the possibility to be great for years. And then kind of fumbled, but hey, that's besides the point. I still can't get over the Nexus turret respawning after the Nexus died. I know. That is just like, we could have had peak cinema. We could. We were so close to greatness, guys. We're this close. How are we all doing? I was super worried that fight that it would respawn and make the game even longer. That was genuine. Like we were very close to that, which would have been very, very, very funny. I would have laughed a lot. I would have cried a bit, but I would have laughed a lot. And suddenly see more. Okay, are you guys gonna Worlds? Are you gonna do Worlds? We're gonna try. I don't know whether I doubt we'll get co-streaming rights, but we'll try. But we'll give it a go. We'll be doing some coverage in some capacity. I just don't know how. Is the honest answer. JDG should win this command. Should, but I've seen them fumble these. And sometimes I feel like JDG is less than the sum of its parts, and partly because some of the parts are a bit inconsistent. Oh, that looks like people on stage. If this is the year... Oh, why am I turning the camera off? It's fine. I need to be... This way around. Zoom. Riot's fumbling hard, not to... Yeah, we'll see. Look, I know what my dream is. Be to cast an international. It's the plan at some point. One day. Okay. So. Ooh. Microphone off at a random angle. EDG back on blue. Kindred away from Shun. Pocket picky. Sivir and Azir as your two AoE hyperscalers in mid and bot. Rumble Nico. Yeah, Palky's a really good Nico. ZDZ's a good Rumble. Galio could trundle. Pantheon's down. Talia's down. Varus, actually quite high priority. But of course, Xiaohao's Wukong is going to be the trade. Rise first pick now. See where that might have been annoying for the Sivir and the... Or rather, into the Sivir and Azir. Both of them can hit him from annoying ranges. Debating a Rakan. Xayah as well. Just get it locked in. Aurora instead for Scout into the Rise. It's a pretty studied matchup at this point. Aurora tends to get value early, and the Rise becomes harder and harder to manage as the game goes on, even if Aurora is still good. Awawa. Varus angle. Varus Rel. Xayah Rakan. I can't Xayah Rakan. You could Xayah Rel. Deny the Rakan Xayah combo. Might not be a bad idea, actually. But Varus is very strong on probably most prolific on the Varus, has a lot of AD carries. Just Xayah now, isn't it? Misfortune into that. Sure, can be a bit nasty for the Rise and the Rel. Especially if you kind of like counter engage with it. Big AoE to go with the Aurora. Okay. What is Misfortune's win rate in the LPL across playoffs? Because I don't think it's very good. You could have just Xayah'd. Okay, so agnostic of win rates. Aurora ult and MF ult together is really nasty into a lot of immobile carries in Rise and Varus, and even the Rel to an extent. You get caught in the double AoE, and you melt. Huh. Well, Pace has always been an MF player. You can okay, part of it, okay, so part of it is this. Varus is a very rough matchup for Xayah. Always has been. Xayah, when she was at her most broken, Season 8, 9. Varus was the answer into it because you were one of the few champions that could basically attack her from beyond where she could hit you. You outrange the Q. You're never in range for her autos. She can't get value out of the feathers. You, with your E and your Q, just outlane her, which was a problem for a long, long time. Then there came out that lethality Xayah era where she was kind of like maxing Q and going lethality, which was kind of wild. And similarly, Varus was the answer then. If you're seeing Varus Rel, yes, Xayah Rakan is a great lane. It's still pretty miserable for Xayah. Misfortune is more lane dominant. You can trade better with the Varus because your Make It Rain can slow him down. You get your double ups, which means when he's setting up for his Q and his E, you can do quite a lot of work. You build Bloodthirster, so you build more lifesteal early, so his poke doesn't hurt as much. So in that sense, yes, Misfortune has not been great and is a bit of a bait pick. But agnostic of recent success, that is why that's being picked. Bans in the second phase were junglers. Poppy, Nocturne, Vi, Neferi. All off the table. Jax rapidly locked in for Xiaoshu. Trundle got all the way through here to blue 4. What does ZDZ have to go into Jax? Once upon a time, it might have been a Gangplank. We have not seen Gangplank in a long, long time. Similarly, Kennen used to be okay into Jax. You get stuns off and bully him from range, and that's what we go towards. Zed last pick for sure. All right, Kiana into Zed. Our two hyper-mechanical AD assassin junglers. Back to back. Okay, Trundle hates it. You can get over his pillar super easy. You can steal his attack speed, and that gets pretty annoying. But you actually don't have very many good stats to steal. Death Mark is kind of rough for Trundle because he likes to play around low HP, and Zed laughs at that because then you get a lot of value out of your passive. You can slip away from Trundle quite well. You out-farm Trundle early. Kennen, Rise, Varus, all susceptible to a Death Mark and to poke, and you can actually play for poke with this one. What it also means is when Aurora and Misfortune and Jax and Rakan all kind of pull the trigger, your ability to jump on the key target will be really, really high, and actually getting a lot of burst up front from the Between Worlds, from the bullet time. You can finish what they start, is the angle. That's the thought process. For the side of EDG, you want to be more of a front-to-back hit. You want to have your Varus and your Rise DPS down and survive the initial burst, or don't all get caught by it and play the extended fights. Have Kennen be your own AoE counter-punch. Exhaust going to be very high value this game. I think stronger lanes here early for EDG, with the Varus and the Kennen in particular. Onto the rift we go. Jayo's ring out for a second or two, shall we?
你的爱好就是装模作样，对不对？
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Varus is now 2-5 across playoffs. Oof. If you include night rivals, and I do. That's a little bit rough. Again, Misfortune being 1-3 isn't exactly much better. Neither AD carry found a lot of success. Whoever's piloting it, though of course there will be a question about who has been piloting, who's been allowed to get these picks. Varus wants a perma present champion. It's been nerfed time and time again. Finally does feel like he's not quite as dangerous as he once was. Finally. Ignite. Haze cleanses it. ZDZ eats a leap strike chunk. Spark surges forwards. Sorry, lightning rushes forwards. That's the one. Spark surges the other way around. The hail of arrows. Slow. Heal from Jaw. Barrier from Arm. Summon is continuing to be traded back and forth. Pays first Misfortune of the split. Scout 3 and 4 on the Aurora. Jaw 3 and 3 on the Rakan. Been very up and down in general of JDG. So worth noting that I think that'll be true of nearly every champion they've been playing. Ooh, flash. Shun, caught in the jungle. Will shadow away. Can potentially look to fight over this. Does have smite still available. Xiaohao flashing. Shun flashing. I think Zed just goes towards the other side of the map here. Steals a load of a full quadrant over there. Zed's already got his raptors, so he'll end up a camp up regardless. Scout's got shove in mid. Gonna head straight towards this red buff. Should be able to pick this up pretty happily. Trying to delay some resets here actually prevents an invade on the reset onto the Zed. Yeah, this is probably the smart call. Take raptors. The Scuttle Crab on the exit. Does mean you don't double Scuttle, does mean you don't get the traditional double longsword back. ZDZ Kenny isn't a cannon player, is he? Not much this split, no. No one's been playing cannon much this split. It's good into the Jax. I'm trying to remember historically whether he's played much cannon. I'll go look it up. Can't say I remember entirely off the top of my head. Still, quiet early game, but JDG are just slightly pulling ahead in terms of laning in. Wonder whether that might be the case. So I am a little surprised to see it in the Jax v Kennen matchup so far. It's been well managed by Xiaoxu, who is building towards Merc Treads early. Smart. Is now in the lane swap. Going to get jumped on by Palkia. Counter strike will allow a bit of a trade. Leap strikes out. Doesn't end up taking too much meaningful damage, though down a cooldown or two. Chunk onto ZDZ, but he gets to lightning rush away. Shun gonna go for this quick invade here, actually. Could get a bit interesting. Keep your eyes on it. Doesn't lead to too much, actually, in the grand scheme of things as yet. Xiaohao now under threat on his Grom. Angel getting chunked out by the weirding. Shun and Pays and Jor all on their little jaunt through blue side jungle. Coming out between worlds. Angel hit by the twofold hex. Loses another bit of his HP bar. As we said, Aurora tends to have the advantage early, and then it becomes better for the Rise as the game goes on. Bit of chunk onto ZDZ. Auto. Double up. Knock up with the Grand Entrance. Every time I see Grand Entrance, I get Encore in my head. Grand Opening, Grand Closing. Grand Entrance, Grand Exit. Not too much of that. Outside Xiaoxu once again. We have kind of just got inverted lanes a little bit here. Engage though onto Scout. Could be in danger. Just get over the wall and does so. Has that ability to go across the Veil. Shouldn't. Can't go looking for the Raptors he was interested in attempting to steal. Dragons up. Grubs in a minute and a half. Might see some lane swaps for that. So far not so much. Ooh, that Counter-Strike's going to sting. Turning around though with the Ferromancy crash down. Xiaoxu getting some good healing. He's in a 1v2. Had that level 6 advantage there. The heals Jorno coming across. The piercing arrow lands. Xiaoxu how long on the cooldowns? Another knock up onto Arn. Here comes the TP. As a result, they'll pull away happy enough with that as Kennen comes bot side. Now does Xiaoxu want to TP himself top? Wave gets crashed. No interrupts to be found. Joe body blocking that one just fine. A bit of chunking there from Xiaoxu and ZDZ. Doesn't lead to all that much in the grand scheme of things, it has to be said. Well, Xiao has taken this opportunity to nab the grubs. Did have his bot lane go towards mid lane to match up against Pays and Draw. Rise gets the roam down with a shove into the Aurora, who had that wave bounce back towards her. And all is well with the world for now. Shun gonna try and slide over the wall here, I think, and look for a red buff because he knows the grubs are going down. Top side. And now they see Xiao Hao. They know they've got this opportunity. You reach a 7 streak. Ah, you missed one. Yeah, apparently. Congratulations on 7 streak. Trundle could be a menace with this comp matchup, especially with Kennen ult and Rel ult. Yeah, for sure. The pillar could get really obnoxious. People get locked down. Trundle could run over people. Not that many great stats for Trundle to steal, though. So Xiao Hao is going to be very squishy as far as Trundles go for once. Like the best... Ooh, hang on. Yeah, I think that's just a dead Xiaoxu. Yep. Slicing Maelstrom. Got to press Grandmaster's Might. For all the good it did him. Stole a little bit of resists. Nice kill. Did say I'd look up ZDZ's Kennen stats. Either way, that's well played. Blind pick the Jax, and Kennen came in, and that's good value. Now up nearly 1,000 gold. Potential dive here onto the Aurora, who's trying to reset out here. Okay, pillar interrupts. Scout's trapped under here. Jaw is coming. Does not have teleport from the spellbook. No TP from Xiaoxu. Gets rune prisoned. Can't press the R button. Not even off cooldown. So an easy dive and kill from EDG, who've got 3 grubs and a trundle. That's going to be a lot of plates going their way. Jax dying that bot side as well means there's no real threat of the turret shove down. Jaw goes low, throws down the quickness. Pillar comes out, Shun around. Does have that ability to potentially look for an ult here. Living Shadow into the shurikens. Okay, so I had a look at ZDZ's Kennen history. This will be his 12th game of Kennen. He's about a 3rd win rate, just over 36% win rate. It's not fantastic, but just in general, Xiaoshu hasn't really got very high win rates. Or ZDZ doesn't have very high win rates. Has been not the most successful player of all time. Was on top for a bit. Bit of an engage there from Pays, who just gets to cleanse him back out. Hasn't played Kennen. Has he played Kennen this year? Hasn't played Kennen this year. Played 1 Kennen game in Season 14, which was a loss. For... who was he playing for back then? NIP, I want to say. Would have been NIP, I believe. Nabbing of the Scuttle Crab. Played a couple games back in Season 13 as well. On AL at that time. It has been more of a pocket pick than a regular for him. Dragon. EDGs to take right now. JDG not really finding their way into the river. Shun is around, but won't get there in time. And the Zed really hasn't done all that much yet, has it? Double objectives, double kills for EDG right now. Good dive top. Lots of turret plates. Get a bit of damage onto Xiao Hao. That's a nice little shuriken trade. I do think JDG are going to want to pull the trigger with their first items. I do feel like they're going to run into a position where it's a bit trickier. They find Xiao Hao, Death Mark, into the grand entrance, quickness. Oh, the triple shuriken just short. Death Mark not quite enough. Oh, the shurikens were just too far away. Now Angel, does he want to flash over? I think he does. Shadow away. Zhuo's going to get slowed down. Potentially back to Lentan's out. On now in danger himself. Will have to flash over the wall. Pays in danger. Does have flash. Will burn it. ZDZ looking to come on in. Will lightning surge into the slicing maelstrom. And Pays dies. Way too deep onto the trundle. And the collapse goes wrong across the veil. But ZDZ continuing to hunt for more scout. No flash. And no hope here as the passive gets stuck. Gets marked by the storm. And Trundle will chomp him down. Xiaoshu now needs to be a bit careful. Could potentially hop over to that ward he puts down earlier. 2-0-1 for the Kennen. 5 stacks on the Dark Seal. 2-0 for Xiao Hao's Trundle. So, they know the Trundle's backing. They throw the Living Shadow down. Death Mark flash. Quickness grand entrance. Only one of the shurikens lands. Xiao Hao's just out of range of the other 2. They don't have the damage. And then Angel goes, right, I'm having this. Flash over the wall. While Pays then tries to punish on the collapse. They can't quite get the last auto down. And ZDZ is teleporting. Which means that in the end, both Pays and Scout are penance for the play. Scout flashes, Palkia's Magnet Storm, but ZDZ still has the flash, still has the Lightning Surge. Lightning Rush. Sorry. Conflating Zeri abilities now. ZDZ with a great cannon right now. Very, very ahead. You've got a Mikhail's, you've got a Bloodthirster, you've got a Cleanse. Hayes won't be the easiest to take out. The Mikhail's will be valuable, but raw damage or having to burn lots to deal with the cannon will be problematic. In the side lane, the cannon will still be something of a problem for this Jax to deal with, especially from this far behind. gas lamping yourself. Oh, yeah. Xiaohao bonks the Herald. Feat of strength secured with the first turret as well. And all the kills. 4-0 right now. EDG. Just happily 2,000 gold ahead. Early objective has all been theirs. 1.5 minutes until second dragon. They've got grubs. They've got heralds. Life is feeling pretty easy right now. Scout goes across the veil, and Palkia was waiting with a bit of Ferromancy. Just about able to escape with the Between Worlds. But now he's down that ultimate, and this turret looks very juicy for Edward Gaming. You have got a Trundle. Interrupt on Xiaoshu. Means he can't go bot to defend. X-Flash forward, Palkia takes a turret shot. Big bolt. We'll be fine. DDZ with a lightning rush again. Shun has the living shadow away. Chains of corruption onto Pays. Eats a fair amount of damage. Barrier from Arn. But it means that this turret can't be standard and delivered with. Pays didn't get a chance to ult it. Back towards bot lane they will drive. Xiaohao, are you passing your driving tests? No minors. License secured. There goes the turret. All right, EDG. No fumbling around Atakan now, because this game's looking really good for you. Farming well. Involved in a lot of early objectives and kills. Yes, the Zeds are slightly ahead of the Trundle in terms of the farm. Kind of happens with Zeds. Dragon's up. And JDG, you've got your 1 items. You need to do this now before second items are complete, or I think this game is going to be of EDG's mistakes rather than your good plays. Scout's got 8 seconds on his ult. JDG, we're going to make a move. It is now. Xiaoshu wants to take the turret and then come down if he can. Nah, Shun's leaving it. They're not playing it. They want to give up the second dragon. Decide it's not valuable enough. Fair enough, I suppose. Rather get the turret. They'd rather cross map. I wonder whether that might be one of their last few good opportunities to fight on something resembling even footing. This is comfortable ground from EDG. Early game plan successful. Xiaohao, a general in the early game. Playing around whatever lanes need his help. Harakiri unlocked. ZDZ with a solid counter pick and laning phase. Angel being consistent as ever. 211 CS in 18. Make that 19 minutes, by the way. Deathmark to avoid some of the damage. Flash away. Actually, this might be a little deep. Then comes the barrier. Palkia needs to get the redemption heal. Just about. What's you on the back end? Gets in with the grand entrance of the quickness, but they'll still lose the Jax. Oh, redemption is cleaning up the ignite. Not enough. Palkia survives. Arn gets the Ricard. Oh, JDG can find nothing this game. Mark of the Storm comes on through. Piercing arrow not enough to bring Scout down. Sometimes you just can't win them. Back bot lane we go with ZDZ there. He's nearly at Shadow Flame, and then you get very scared again, don't you? This is elimination, the blue-tailed. Reminder for what's at stake. You lose, your year is done. Your opposite number will overtake you in championship points. For EDG, they've got a grand total of 0 from the other splits. From JDG, they're at about 30 right now. Either way, the amount you'd earn from moving forwards in the bracket to 5th, 6th would put you solidly into 6th place minimum for regional playoffs. win this series. And Worlds is an option even if you fail in playoffs. Wouldn't be easy, of course, but it would be doable. Atakan. Lost EDG the last game, I fear. Won them in game 1. Shun over the wall with a shadow. Not hard to lose control of this one, EDG. Are you looking for the fight or the Atakan? If you're looking for the Atakan, you need to track Shun, who has got very much into smite range at this point. Realm Warp for a flank angle. Gonna try and pin them in. That's the Herald secured. The Atakan secured. Has Shun felt the need to back away. Palki with a one-man Magnus. Almost not fantastic. He's on the scout. They're going to get the death mark down, but they're still going to lose one. They trying to get the bullet time, but the time is short indeed. All the while they run away. Xiaoshu counter strikes, but again, you're playing League of Legends. This ain't a shooter. And the only thing tactical is Angel's buttons that are being pressed right now. Is it E or Q first? Sometimes you just need raw violence. And EDG threaten with the Realm Warp, take the Atakan, win the fight, and solidify a monstrous advantage in this game. Atakan, oh dear. Like, you've got Spellbook, why are you not running Exhaust? So they do this one to threaten, and Shun backs away. The pillar comes on down. They just go, well, we'll rush Atakan then. And then Shun is split off. Tries to dance his way out of it. That's the Shadow Slash. Tries to go forwards with the Death Mark, but Shun goes down. Bullet time's there. But again, it's not all together. You need your AoE together. And we've not seen a bullet time and a Between Worlds paired together this game. Chomp interrupts the Hex Gate out. ZDZ does a lot of damage that is not blockable by Counter-Strike. Dragon we go. We sold point for EDG. Trying to remember what Kennen's Shuriken title fully is. It's Thundering Shuriken. Of course, you've got Zed in the game as well. There's shurikens everywhere. Lots of ninjas to be found. Of course, Zed v Kennen. Bit of a lore matchup, isn't it? Zed now of the Order of Shadows. Whereas Kennen, of course, is Kinko. Shun's really not found anything this game, has he? It's not a lore matchup because that would require Kennen to have lore. Ah, well, there's your issue, isn't it? Trying to hold on to these turrets now. Shadows do a bit of damage to Xiaohao, but again, there's no one else. There's no follow-up. They're trying to allow the Jax to cross map. But again, at this point, Jax would normally be a wink on the side, and he's still at one item. Kennen is anything but. He's got Spellslinger's shoes, and a Shadow Flame, and 9 stacks on a Dark Seal. Which is pretty one-sided, it has to be said. Shun. Oh, it doesn't even get the Raptors. That sucks. No, not a lot to say on that one. That just really sucks. Just really sucks. think at this point we may be looking at Barons as an next port of call. Whether that actually works out that way, slightly different matter. Oh, Ghost, Shun, flashing away, but there's a Realm Warp waiting. They have Temp with the death mark, but unfortunately, Shun, the face on the bounty is yours. Mark for death. Oh, thank you, Femi Seymour, for those subscriptions. Those memberships over on the YouTube does mean a lot. No exhaust. Still, Fajor's gone towards teleport and smite. Baron started, being taken down. JDG being zoned off. The Mikhail's burn from Jaw as Angel went looking with a rune prison. And Rakan dead. So is Palkia, though. Down to 2,000. Xiaoshu. Flash on it for the counter-strike. Could be flipped. Won't be. Slicing Maelstrom back as Xiaoshu goes down. Bullet time is good, but Angel has enough of a Zhonya's mark of the storm. Comes crashing on through. And an electrical surge will short out what remains of JDG's health bars. Flash from Xiao Hao on the long club of the law will crush down JDG's resistance. Edward Gaming, clean from start to finish. And with 20 seconds on respawns, 30 on Scout, this will be game. Scout and Clearlove sweating as their former organization will put them at elimination point. EDG, one game away from regionals. JDG, one game away from their year being ignominiously over. Oh. I don't get why JG downgraded the top and sport. The fall off needs to be studied. Xiaoshu has... Okay. In fairness, Tane. Oh, Ice. Xiaoshu's been their best player this split. For me, Scout has been a problem. Shun has been meh. Support has also been an issue, but missing was crap beforehand. Missing was really, really bad. Tane... I'm going to, like, vehemently disagree with you. Pays has been excellent this year. And pretty much every other analyst and streamer is going to disagree with you on that one. This split's been problematic. I grant you, Ruler was better. But I think Pays was in contention for MVP at points this year for how damn hard he was trying to carry. Like, last split, Pays was a, like, genuine MVP candidate for a lot of people. He got like third votes for that. Pays absolutely overrated. I'm going to vehemently disagree, as will most people. Now that said, there have been conversations about the fact that Pays doesn't speak Mandarin and Scout is having to translate, whereas Ruler didn't need the conversations. You just do the thing, for better or worse. But what that basically meant was that Ruler did his thing, didn't need to communicate, did it, fine. And that was all right. Whereas Pays, generally speaking, likes to be more vocal, likes to be more involved with comms, like it's better or worse. You think they'll close it 3-1? If JDG have another early game like that, it's over. They should have won game 1 and didn't. They threw it. They should have lost game 2 and won it. That one was EDG with a very clean win. But JDG just haven't been... If JDG have not convinced me in their ability to close out a game, I think Pays has been trying really, really hard. That Lucian game was insane. I think he was okay. This game wasn't a problem. Probably my bias because I don't like him. Fair enough. But yeah, I think objectively Pays has been genuinely good. there are other issues in terms of synergy, but on an isolated level, Pays is fine. Wait, Pays doesn't speak Mandarin? He's Korean. He's Korean. So, like, he's only been in LPL this year, right? So he's learning Chinese, but he's just not there yet. So scouts having to translate for him, and that apparently has led to some really janky comms in the play patterns. And then there's like issues with like, what are they doing in mid game when they're behind? They make these really ill-advised invades or aggressive moves that they can't back up. So this game, the dive onto the Trundle at tier 2. This play. You have a 2v1, but don't get the kill. The collapse comes on forwards, and so they aren't actively or accurately assessing their time to kill, their actual threat range, and then their ability to get out of a play, all before EDG can get involved. And that is not great. So basically, their threat assessment for plays we can make that are aggressive are poor. And when that happens, the team then starts to go into panic mode and just hunch up and don't do anything. I think he has, to be honest, Tane, I think he has started. I just don't think he's good enough at it yet for them to communicate, for like comms to be fully in Mandarin, if you see, or like comms to be clear enough in Mandarin to him, which in fairness is hard. It takes a while. Whereas, and that was true of a lot of Korean players who come on over, for the record, it takes them a while. The other side of that is like, Ruler just didn't need to speak Mandarin. Ruler still doesn't speak Mandarin for the record, really. He just didn't need it. For the way he plays, anyway. Which is, you know, significantly quieter. He is not really that involved with comms, he just does the thing. He goes, all the plays he makes, he just says, I'm doing it myself. Which is partly what makes him so scary, right? But it's also been when Ruler has looked poor, it's often because like his team is like, why did you do that? We had no idea you were doing it. It's like, well. Should have known I was going to do that. What do you mean I should have known? What's Zed's win rate in the jungle? For elite players, very high. For mid-table players, not great. So Monkey's got a good win rate on it. Kanavi's got a decent win rate on it. Tarzan's got a great win rate on it. I'm missing one. Tien, I think, is okay. Everyone else has been really poor. And even then, Kanavi lost a game. Check. Zed. GOL.GG. Let's find out. Yeah, so it's across. So let's have a look at top leagues, shall we? So yeah, it's got a 54% win rate at top level. So it's 18 and 15. So actually not bad is the honest answer. Player of the game is EDG. That teleport, the solo kill, yeah. Good for ZDZ. Shannon, Kiana, Zed, not a good look. Yeah, the Kiana, like, he got individual leads and then just, like, didn't get that much done with. Okay, I don't want to be over harsh. It wasn't like the Kiana was, like, poor. But, like, we didn't see, like, we didn't see Tien or Kanavi levels of, holy shit, that game is over. That LPL and LCK, that's all top leagues. That's all top leagues. Let me kick out... Can I look at just LPL? Game version, tournament, LPL. So yeah, Zed is 2-2 right now in LPL playoffs. Tell you what it was in LPL regular season. So I'm kind of curious too now. Split 2 playoffs? No, just give me LPL split 3. Yeah, so as split 3 was 2-3. Only got played a couple times. So... Oh, it's PCS. Whoops. Not what I want. I want LPL. Thank you. So I thought we played a bit more than that. Yeah, 2 and 4 in LPL. Kanavi was 2 and 1 on it. Xiaofeng, Shadow, and Tarzan all lost a game. Though Tarzan's loss, I will note, it was to like top esports. It was a top team. So it wasn't like against no one. Shadow and Xiaofeng had bad games on it, to be fair. Wait, EDG really stomped JDG? Yeah, I wondered whether this might happen. JDG are a vibes team at best of time, and they're so bloody inconsistent. And my issues with them make me tear my hair out. They, as we said, like, they just don't assess and evaluate plays very cleanly. And they don't do it with extraction in mind. Like, cool, we can dive frontal, and then not very well. Anyway, I'm going to go on a quick break. I'm going to get myself some more water. I'll set my PC up for a bit of streaming myself. And I'll get ready for the next game. See you for what could be our deciding series. Yeah, but I think JDG more than most, to be fair, Alcohol.
关闭车窗，空调调到22度。
好的，都搞定了。你好，很高兴我们重新认识。
把生活玩出新意，
自由自在，灵感随行。
用个性的方式画世界，
让眼界突破边界，
让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
上京东搜游戏台式机，游戏主机低至8折抢。
京东。
京东上一场 BO5打得特别好吧，我们需要好好研究一下他们的打团和 BP 吧。面对虚拟选手的话，可能要小心他的千珏吧，然后跟他对位的话，需要小心他的前期变奏，因为他的变奏能力特别强。面对京东的话，可能要针对一下他们的中野吧，因为他们最近的中野表现特别好。季后赛继续就希望我和我队友们好好加油吧，打好最后一场。 甚至更多的比赛。
I returneth. Oh. Yoink. Ah, I'll lean this way for once. Good luck with the thesis, by the by. Enjoy it. ADC don't need to communicate much. Light in previous year didn't even say a word. Yeah, but Light's not been playing that well so far. Pacers have an edge over the other LPL ADCs. Yeah, I think it all depends who you talk to, right? So like Kazi, for example, is the shot caller. And he's a great character. Up and down. Since Zoom, Kanavi, Yagalu, man, I don't remember the ADC. That was Hope. That was Hope. JDG, wasn't it Hope? When they won the first time? Was it Loken? Ah, I thought Hope had joined a little earlier on. So there you go. So yeah, 2022 was Hope. Loken. Loken was it. My days, Loken. There's a player I've not thought about in forever. Loken, my days. Appreciate your insight, TFC. I should have known you'd know. Zoom and Kanavi. What an insane topside carry duo. Who was their mid laner again? It was Yaga. Of course it was. Of course it was. Let's back on stage. Hopefully, we'll have ourselves some gameplay shortly. Clear Love loses to his former organisation. Hell, if Scout does, I think it might be a bit embarrassing to say the least. But we shall see. There's draft. Game number 4. EDG find themselves at series point. Jing Dong Gaming. Oh my days. From 2-0 up against BLG. Potentially bowing out of the year. Yeesh. Hey Kai, it's good to see you. Don't get how JDG looks. It has so many top players, but looks so bad. Coaching, philosophy, meta. Downturns in form. First pick for Wukong for Shun. Oh my days. They need Shun to be an impact player. They just do. If Shun's not leading the charge, no one else is. ZDZ is going to get a hold of his Rumble as a result. It's not banned away this time around. And you might look at something. Can't Jarvan. That's been used. Silas is a flex. Angel plays it. Xiaohao could play it too. I think the Neferi probably makes the most sense. Although... AD farming champion in the jungle would have been very fun. Not seen a Graves in a little while. Monkey, probably the last one I remember picking it up. There goes the Jin. Galio immediately locked. Ornn as well. Oh my days, that front line. Whoa. Jin's not liking that at all. We'll need some serious anti-tank DPS from somewhere. Rumble helps. Neferi's not actually awful with Black Cleaver because you stack it so damn fast. You probably need Shojin Cleaver this game. And Dark and Daggers does a decent amount into tanks. What happened to Ming? He was a top 2 support. Yeah, and then he had that showing on RNG where he was genuinely abysmal. He had a year, was it last year or year before, where Ming was so bad he was benched and just retired. It was over. He was so bad. You could Zeri Lulu this game, or you could have, but it's going to get banned. Might be Jinx as well at this point, or Smolder. Smolder ban, Thalios ban. Angel's going to need some big DPS this game. Victor might not be awful. Twitch, maybe. We've not seen... The last person I saw playing Twitch was Elk with Elise support, and they just did this most despicable invis into cocoon combo thing. It was kind of crazy. And Beryl's still playing. Yeah, because Beryl's bloody clutch. He's a weird player, but he is clutch. It is the Jinx. Wondered whether that might be the case. The pace hyper carry specials. He could Ezreal this game. A little low DPS perhaps, but it is Pays, and his Ezreal is very good. Syndra's very immobile into a lot of pick CC, and you can only stun one thing, and the Wukong could just leave your life high and dry. TF. Into this. Are you sure? Basu. This isn't a good TF pick, right? I mean, Angel's historically a great TF player. Maybe it's the pick CC you need? Where's your... Caitlyn Karma with big frontline. Is that your angle? Look, I'm just looking at this front line and going, who are you actually carding into death? Like, you need to... Okay, Rumble Neferi is good damage. Jin is if snowballed / if you get to 4 items and levels. But I don't know how easily you get there. And your mid game, if you're even, they're going to do nothing. I mean, the Elise would be the early snowball you need. You've got a lot of CC. I mean, okay, Elise. Right, okay. That changes things a little bit here. TF Elise is about as brutal a dive and pick combo as you could ask. So, EDG now have, between Neferi, Twisted Fate, and Elise, the ability to kill anybody under turret in the blink of an eye. CC1 lands, everyone piles on, Elise repels out. Very, very scary. Everyone's bringing CC to set Neferi up to snowball. Xiaohao is a Neferi snowball kind of guy. You need to make these early ults and early picks work. You need to make sure that Caitlyn Karma get blasted, and then JDG run into the issue of having no damage. If you do not, You are going to struggle mightily with the front line this game as EDG until you hit, like, Leandri's Bloodletters on Rumble and Black Cleaver on Neferi. And if you're that far behind anyway, realistically, you're waiting for 3rd, 4th item on Jhin. Realistically, 4th, I think, because you're going to want to get towards the crit scaling off his passive to give you enough AD to actually threaten tanks. At the very least, Angel's TF is in. It is a legendary TF when he was on the likes of Suning. He was real good at the champion. I was a little worried initially, but I think with the Elise lock-in, the concept of the draft makes more sense. It is risky. Do not get me wrong. You are a very squishy, very pick-reliant, very dive-reliant comp. See whether they can pull it off or whether the tanks will get online. Set them to the Gyos.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
Initial stun onto Scout. Gold card's coming. Not quite in range, didn't want to flash for it. Okay. Rumble was there as well, actually. Scout, is it be forced to late reset here? Oh, that's really unfortunate. So now Scout's not going to be there to control the wave. That's going to suck. Should get there to at least be in range for XP, but we'll probably lose level 2 off this. Anyone win with Elise support? Feels like only On does. On is the best Elise support in the server. Palkia, repel up. Heal. Heal. On steps forward, gets a bit of shot onto Pays. Inner Flame goes wide. Palkia can look for something more. Level 2 rush. It's going to be tight, actually. But looks like Pays and Zhou are going to win it out here. First look at the TF and the Nefarious split for EDG. First Elise as well. Some spice here in a deciding game. What is Angel's win rate on TF across his career? It is one of his most prolific champions of all time. Been playing since Season 8. Second most played champion of all time. There you go. Really 6.0 KDA. Shen doesn't get everything he was looking for there. Trying to save this bot side, basically, is the idea. Be here. Cocoon onto the clone. They want to fight this. Waves are stuck in the middle of the lane, so it is just a 3v3 in the jungle. Angel eats a bit of damage from Scout, but can still keep trading. Good Piltover Peacemaker across both. Traps start coming on down. Not completely dealt with flash over. Pay sidestep. Deadly Flourish lands. Speed up from Zhou was really valuable there. The Ignite comes on down. Clone comes out. Angel also over. Soul Flare comes on down. And that's blue buff to JDG. Flash! Zhou flashes out as well. Arm went looking for that. Can look back and get Deadly Flourish onto Shun. Dark in Dagger's flight. Blue buff still not secured. Resets. And Xiao's got better HP bars. Cocoon! Forced to flash. Gold card onto the side of Scout. Deadly Flourish just wide flash from Angel. Overcomes Palkia. But now he's in danger. Flashing over his base. It's an absolute mess. Who got the blue buff? I think it was Shun. Xiao calls the back. Gets one back. And maybe you need to eviscerate out. Dark and Daggers across 3. Scuttle Crab is there. 3 for 1 for JDG. Pays. No flash. No. Has got cleanse. It's Angel joining. Where does Pays go? He's going to lose a wave in bot side. But 2-0 for FaZe nonetheless is a great start to the game for JDG. Oh, it was a close scuffle. Flashes everywhere. Xiaohao, though, is up a lot of gold here. Or up a lot of HP, rather. Loses the blue buff, loses the scuttle crab. At least gets the Raptors back. So, on just flashes for a fourth shot. I think they want to get the cocoon fourth shot. Oh, he was just out of range. Flash from Jaw, and then Daddy First doesn't get a root. HP bars aren't fantastic, and then they look for Shun here. Get the cocoon, but they're just out of range, and he gets to flash out, and Angel gets jumped on by Scout's Galio. FaZe starts by killing off Arm. Scout gets another, and over goes FaZe looking for Palkia. 90 caliber net. Into the Piltover Peacemaker. Last auto secures it. Turret shot's not enough to finish him off, and Xiaohao then finds himself in an unenviable 1v3. Early Berserker Greaves backs. Oof. Caitlyn burns Flash, so does Jewel. She's theoretically vulnerable, still has the cleanse. Doesn't need to pop it. Up into the air we go, does Palkia. FaZe just off that captive audience, gets sped up there by a little Inspire. Wukong not getting any assists there is kind of wild, actually. That's quite funny. Still, is what it is. Coon just wide. Shun is here. Neferi, little ways off. That captive audience could be valuable. Palkia is going to need to try and turn this one around. Deadly Furry sidestep by FaZe. Stuck on the trap. Will go up into the air. But where are you coming down? Other side of this. Likely going to die, no. Nowhere really to go. But Xiaohao now here can make this a bit more interesting. Here comes the Cocoon. Hero's entrance. Knock up onto On. How did he get caught by that? Oh, dear. JDG summon the ults and get the kill. 3-0 now for FaZe. On did not need to get hit by that hero's entrance, by the way. Awkward. Hoping we're going to replay that, because that was a bit weird. I wonder whether we might be able to turn it onto Shun, honestly. It doesn't happen. Scuttle Crab secured. Nice Karma plays. Yeah, so far so good. Got the root. Got the speed ups. Palkia looking to see whether they can catch Scout there. They're sending the Jhin mid. Rather TF and the Rumble to be your side laners. Worth noting the Rumble has done a decent job of farming up a slight advantage. But hey, that's Rumble for you. Caitlyn 3-0 though is going to be a problem going Collector into a very squishy team. Correct choice, I think, here. As sold, I don't know whether you need the Berserker Greaves this game, but will help getting those turret plates to snowball early. Here's the Call of the Forge God, missing the Cocoon, repels. Needs to come down somewhere, but everyone's around. On gets out to safety. Palkia flashes out. Shun going down with the Salcoders. On just about low. On and Palkia about to fall. You feel the Rumble equalizer is decent enough, but Angel now split off from the team. Scout will trade it here. Can't take Angel with him. Hound's Pursuit now available. 2-for-1 bot lane for mid lane. Flame Spitter rolling. Soul Flare goes on down. Bit of a black hole thrown into the mid lane. Always nice aesthetically. Ornn gets one. Wukong gets another. Grubs go the way of JDG. The contest from EDG is poorly chosen. 0, 5, and 2 right now as the bot lane combined for EDG. Dragon will at least go the way of Xiaohao. So they step on forwards and the Call of the Forge comes to the range. Palkia just misses the Cocoon. You have to hit that one. You have to hit that one. Paige gets gold carded, which buys a bit of time. Flash from Xiaoshu. Doesn't really lead to too much, but he does get to pick up the kill onto Arm. The equalizer was decent enough. The scout then really has no way out, so it does get traded. Can't take Angel with him, which would have been the dream there. Scout with a bit of a laugh. Cameraman never dies, though. Absolutely not. But we said, EDG, you needed to make plays early. Use this TF and Elise to set up the rest of your squad to snowball. That has not happened. The Caitlyn is ahead. The bot lane is 0 and 5. Yep. I think this is going to be a JDG win at this point. We had game 1 Atacon throw into game 2 Atacon throw. Into clean snowball from EDG. This might be a clean snowball from JDG. We're getting mirrored games here. Back and forth and back again. Silver Scrapes is waving. It does seem to be getting closer in that rear view mirror, doesn't it? It's a very solid early game. In EDG, it's about as nightmare a scenario as you could ask for a comp like this. Red buff clears out a few. Hang on, Shun gonna try and get a Cyclone down to the side of Powder Kyo, who now needs to try and run out. He's dead. He's so dead. Hero's entrance flash from Zhuo to go forward. Still part 2 of the Cyclone to roll with. And that's another kill. JDG lethal at this point. Shun from ahead is a very different beast to Shun from behind. Not making these over-aggressive plays from positions of weakness. Turret secured. Along with it, the feats of strength. What do you do at this point for EDG? Elise has seen better days. Yeah. Didn't have flash. Didn't really have a way to repel out. Shun, even in a 1v2, just goes, cool, I kill you here with Cyclone and Hero's entrance. Ooh. Spot that one out. Soul Flare tags 2. Cocoon lands onto Paige, but there's no real follow-up. All of this off an early fight on blue. Imagine if you'd won that one. Maybe it looks a bit different. They haven't. 1,300 gold lead for Paige is pretty astronomical. Ah, I can't even body block it. EDG's bot lane stats look like my bot lane in every solo queue game. It's a very solo queue start to the game, to be fair. If JDG builds Mercury, it's kind of over now. Yeah, they've got a Mikhail's, they've got a Cleanse. I think you go Infinity Edge into Lord Doms. And it be doomed. I don't think you need to rapid fire this game. Although, Paige was moulded by the school of Chovy. Chovy's belief is always, if you're ahead, build defensive. In comes the Destiny Gate, though. Xiaoshu, I think, does die here. Okay, nice from EDG. Necessary. Gets a second kill for Xiaohao, who's got the Shojin. Take what you can get. There's always a bigger int. Indeed there is. Play away from the Caitlyn, I think, at this point is your plan, isn't it? Play for the dives, play for the side lane. You've got the Twisted Fate, you've got the Nymaera Initialise. You're the one with the better collapse timers this game. The better dive as well. The tanks aren't so far ahead right now that they can win a 1v3. Cross map's a win right now for EDG. That and holding on to this tier 1 mid for dear life. At least now going bot towards the TF. I don't think you kill there. Herald being started, but hey, were you ever really going to want a 5v5 at this point? No. Sweeping bot side river instead. Did get an early drag into the EDG, so there is that. Fighting for the mid lane turret is the next goal. Oh, it's going to be too much at the minute. Gold card, a little bit of a chunk. But again, there's nothing really to fight for here. But a flash in, curtain call. Gold card onto one. The equalizer's decent enough. Pace split off from the team. Shield of Durantor though. Palkia just goes down. What? Why? What was the thought process here? That's over aggressive. No way you're getting the pick in that variety. Herald's going to get dropped. Standing on a trap. Angel. Potentially gold card pays if he steps forward. Herald charges. And that turret in mid lane is now dead to rights. Nothing to be done about that one. Deadly Flourish does land. Decent chunk back onto Xiaoshu, who has gone for magic resist over armor. Like, you... I don't know. That felt very over-eager, to say the least. I want to replay on that one to see exactly what Palkia was seeing, but maybe I missed something. But I am fairly certain there was not. I think I just might have been a bit far. Is this a standard amount of pinging? It is when you're speaking multiple languages. Here we go. So Angel lands a gold card on Shun. And then does Palkia think, well... they were looking at Shun, weren't they, who burned his clone. So flashes away, Scout gets in front, and then up into the air goes Palkia. But I think you just go down on the control board there, no? They wanted the pick on Shun, but even then I think it would have been a bit far. Realistically, it would have been a hard kill to secure regardless. Hey, this is going to be fine. He's got Mikhails and Glens and all the skill shots, so... Just 90 caliber net, bro. Palkia is going to be okay, but ow, that one hurts. Bloody hell, Pace. Feeling it. Destiny game. TPing behind. Equalizer's solid, actually. Pei's going to be in danger, so is Duo. Taken very low. Hero's entrance. Xiaohao calls the pack at a good timing. Call of the Forge God summon. Xiaoshu gets a knock-up onto the Rumble. Kids get taunted after Angel looking for another gold card angle. Rumble down. They just don't have the damage. And now the bounce house of bruises could just keep on rolling. Twisted Fate. has got himself a Zhonya's to work. Not Zhonya's, a Lich Bane for something. But again, look, the equalizes to delay the reset. Does chunk out Jor and Pays, and they get the gold card onto Jor. They get the root on Shun, and then can't finish the kill. Xiao has to back away, and then ZDZ doesn't have flash, gets called the Forge God, and the 5v5s are never going to be playable. You have to pick faster than that. And they can't. They don't have the damage. Question, do you know if Pays can communicate with him in Mandarin? No, he can't, famously so. It's one of the issues. Ruler didn't need the comms because of the way he is as a player. Pays wants to be a bit more involved in the comms and can't be. So Scout is on translation duty and it's making things quite tricky. Yeah, Greg, we were having that conversation earlier on. I'm going to sleep, says Carl, saying. Good night. Sleep well. Kamavi might also just be a better translator than Scout is. Very true. Very true. And what else could he do there? Walk into auto range and die too? Yeah. Atakan, a possibility. Is it time for the Intercon? You've got a lot of pick. You've got an equalizer. And some masks. Here we go. Last game, EDG were coordinated around taking the Atakan, and that was the victory secure. Destiny Gate will give them vision. Twisted Fate does get interrupted by Galio, not joining. 4v4 topside now. TP in from ZDZ. Knock up onto Arn, who needs to keep running away off the Atakan they pull. Shun flashes for an Ember Strike and Arn will die. Xiaohao now here. But I think Shun could just keep looking. The Cyclone Part 2 doesn't lead to all that much. Shielded around is Call of the Forge God, but Palkia will go down. So Call of the Pack. Scout gets run at. Eviscerate, stacking. Angel is now mid lane. Double daggers, keeps on flowing. Scout did not enjoy the damage, but Atakan will surely be JDG's. And they're going to take the mid lane turret and turn on to Dragon and take that as their trade. It's a win for JDG, but you take what you can get. Bot lane dead again. 0, 10, and 2 now. I'm trying to burn down this Dragon. Should be relatively swift. Don't think we're realistically going to be able to see a steal. Xiaohao will try. Go to Winds of War, but that's gone. Okay, so tier 1 and a Dragon at least. Have a look here. Angel tries to find an angle to TP out. Gold card. Tries to buy time with that one. Oh, just as he's going. Not quite enough time bought. And that means that 4v4 happens. Top arm flashes. So does Shun. And people die. Palkia needs to keep running. Will have to Cyclone to stop himself getting... Sorry. Repel to stop himself getting Cyclone to death. But where do you go at that point as the Spider? Get the tier 1 top. Hey, you get what you can get. Bloodletter's Curse secured. Is anyone joining? 6 seconds for Angel. ZDZ now in a 1v2. Will equalize the wave. Clears that one out. Tier 1 and a wave, baby. For your death, you get what you can get. I mean, you could have not gone TF Elise. But hey, once you do take the TF Elise, you need to get, like, the TF Elise conceptually is fine. But you are obligated to really snowball early. You need obligated to shut down the Caitlyn Karma. You don't. The Caitlyn Karma get Giga ahead. You lose early by a significant margin. And the comp falls apart from that point. It's a very risky, very telegraphed comp. Could have done vertical jungler. Yeah, maybe. But then you're isolating Caitlyn Karma to take your Jhin and Elise out of the lane from just shoving. You could have done that. It would have been the less risky option in some ways, but it probably leads to an advantage for JDG nonetheless that you can't play around. It's possibly less excessive. And EDG say, we can't afford to have Caitlyn Karma isolated for like 3 minutes plus. And realistically, the next time Xiaohao can get bot side will be 5 minutes. Flash from Xiaoshu, flash in turn from Angel, who will get the Bellows Breath, but over comes EDZ. Slow start coming on through. Call of the Forge God comes on in. Next gold card comes on down. Hero's Entrance is there. Knock up from that Hero's Entrance, but there's the call of the pack of the hit from Pursuit. Should get the kill, and that will reset us. Equalizer, good. They can look again. On to Scout, who's going to go low. Eviscerate, shields to get that kill. Xiaohao getting that kill is important. Will maybe get traded back, but the Eviscerate over the wall. That's what EDG have been trying to do all game. Just lost your 2 solo laners. Body block from Xiaohao. Will not deny the resets. Are we cooking at Baron, folks? No. Reminder, Xiaohao still had 2 kills and 2 items. And Scout has not built tank and Xiaoshu's not built armor. You can kill them. If Shun and the bot lane aren't there, most of the gold isn't either. Playing to side lanes is a lot easier than team fights. From this game position, gold card number 2 comes on through. That's what needed to happen around the grubs, by the way. Palkia just interrupt the ult. Xiaoshu goes down. And that gives Xiaohao another ult. Will Hound's Pursuit onto Scout, flashes away. Still eat a lot of damage. Shield from Hound's Pursuit Part 2 is good. You get the renewal shield and stun, but Xiao still managed to get over the wall with the flash and the Eviscerate. Heist secured. Take what you can get. By the way, Angel's up 2.2 thousand. Twisted Fate with the bounties, with the passive. The deck is stacked. Gets him to a 3rd item. And again, maybe you just keep playing towards these side lanes. You do that again. And then you have a 5v3 around Baron. That might be more doable. 2nd item for Jin is Collector. Right? Just say, all right, I need to one-tap Caitlyn if we ever CC them. I mean, to be fair, it's harder to land cocoons when you have no vision control. It's the Blitzcrank issue. You're a lot scarier when people don't know the cocoon is coming. Angel, again, arguably his most iconic champion is Twisted Fate, to be fair. 2nd most played champion of all time, a 6.0 KDA. Really good at this champ. It's still a big lead for JDG right now. Big lead. As the game gets later, you are still a quad carry, though. And can theoretically threaten with just raw damage. Got good range. Good incidental, non-committal engage and pays. Took a lot of damage kind of from nowhere there. Xiaoshu doesn't, however. I think if Xiaoshu gets towards the 3rd item... Jin's not going to do damage this game. Unless he gets 4th item. Probably what he builds next is Lord Dominic's Regard and just goes raw armor pen. Then you get Infinity Edge. And between Ghostblade and Collector and Lord Dominic's Regard, you do then at least get through any resists. It's not like the most... There would be more efficient builds in other games, but you're into triple tank. That's probably the most flat armor pen you can get. Dragon secure, but it's only 2nd for JDG. EDG picking up a couple is important. If you can just snowball and wave clear, or like snowball, stall and wave clear. Your angle back is just get to 3 items, play off that. Punish in side lanes better than JDG can with the Destiny Gates and Xiaohao turning up to finish up kills. Because again, you have got enough damage probably between Rumble, Neferi, and TF, CC to bring down the Ornn or the Galio before support comes. Ornn items are beginning to come on through. Upgraded Collector, a bit more lethality. Not necessarily the worst option in terms of those raw stats. Yeah, didn't upgrade the Infinity Edge, upgraded the Collector. Is actually, ironically, one of the better upgrade items. I believe Ghost Blade's slightly better. But hey. Couldn't tell you whether it's more efficient than an Infinity Edge, but Collector not a bad item to upgrade nonetheless. And you are into a very squishy comp, so lethality will be valuable, especially as you're not built armor pen yet. For the Forge God, TP on. Oh boy, does manage to get out for now. They don't actually land what they're looking for. Arm with the Deadly Flourish, curtains get called. TF, gate behind, looking to get some chunks, Pace gets low. Gold card available, rapid fire cannon onto Scout, Deadly Flourish. JDG go looking, and EDG responds, and no one dies. Good chunk forwards, up into the air. Palky's out, good. Repel gets him out to safety if he wants another gold card, but that's a knock-up onto Angel. Flashing out, Phase Rush, has got a Cleanse in a Dream. Juice it again, another gold card. They've gone so deep. CDC was keeping Pace busy and Joe on the side. Xiaoshu just about alive. Pace now split off. As Shun goes forward, but he's damn scary as well as the CDC. Likely to go low, goes down, and they can't claim the others on the other side. One down. Health bars from JDG not fantastic. Neither are they for EDG. Angel gets jumped on again. Oh my god! Shun, Nimbus Strike. Brings down one. Angel now in danger. Flashed over the wall. Out comes the ace in the hole. Shun being sped up. He's damn fast. Nimbus Strike. Warrior Trickster. And Arn dies as well. Xiao Hao's now split off in the enemy base. Can he look at Scout? Can he look at Paze? Oh my god! The voice goes up like an octave. And Xiao Hao goes down like a wounded ox. That was close at points there. ZDZ getting sniped when EDG couldn't finish on the other side ended up being too problematic. Now they're looking to get Baron, and that probably puts lights out here. Xiao Hao's dead for 20 seconds. Baron will make it a lot harder to play the stalling game that EDG have been. Again, JDG not closing games out fast. We saw them struggle in game 2 to get the win that should have been theirs by rights. They did get it, but Lord, was it hard work. Crit Bloom now for Angel for even more ability haste. Has the pen. I think he probably wants a Death Cap last and a Dream. Maybe Cosmic Drive for move speed. I could see Leandri's into the tanks. At this point, gold card is nearly perma off cooldown, depending on your luck of the draw, quite literally. Okay, hit with the gold cards. Really lethal, that much the shield there from Karma. Redemption upgraded Mikhail's. Inhibitor turret broken. Decent damage onto Jewel. But Pays 190 caliber net to just absolutely blast Palkia. Can't ace in the whole block. Inhibitor will go down. Jewel has Xiaoshu to stand in front of him. Oh, God, Pays hurts. Every time he's got a headshot and a rapid fire cannon auto. Someone's losing a third of their HP. Good gold card. Deadly Flourish, body block. Equalizer. Will chunk. Force him to back off a bit. And Pays again. Always has to be wary. He's died once or twice in the past. That's the hyper carry. With a lot of those abilities up. Nexus turret's down. Pays. Hit with the Electro Harpoon. Sped up by Karma again. Rapid fire available. In come the minion waves. It's better not be a repeat of game 2, JDG. Make it clean. Before EDG can try and mount a comeback, the call of the Forge God. Not going to land onto Arn, who's continuing to throw out the curtains best he can. But they're the ones who will be bowing out, I fear. As Silver Scrapes in Act 5 are on the horizon. Shun loses his GA, but the Nexus turret's full. Pays cleanses, just autos down Angel. And the Sheriff of Piltover ends the game 9-0-5. A blue buff skirmish starts a snowball that becomes the avalanche. And it sets up our soundtrack One of these teams will not be just scraping silver. Scraping themselves off the floor for next year. Elimination is on the cards. Lose this, your year is done. Win this, regionals at the very least. Welcome back, folks. The scrapes, as ever, are silver. Another one in playoffs, and EDG drafted a very snowbally comp. And it goes wrong. And it goes wrong. Xiaoshu getting a lot of MVP votes. Interesting. Yeah, decent enough on game, but I don't think he was anywhere near MVP. It is Shun or Pays, probably, isn't it? Raid boss Pays. Absolutely smacks him. Alright, folks. The spiel. If you have not as yet, please do make sure to follow myself and Nymaera on the socials. That's at Initialise Casts. That's at Nymaera, often with an underscore if you need to find him. Be a pleasure if you do come and support us on those socials. Those numbers matter. Number 2, if you have not as yet, please do consider subscribing on Twitch. Please do consider donating to the Ko-fi. Please do consider joining up to League Mastery as well, which is a collaboration we've got going on with this new website and platform that is here to teach you how to be better at League of Legends, rather, in some capacity or another. Be that just learning champions better, be that holistically how you improve as a player. Or number 3, if you are more interested in what we do in broadcasting, in casting in general, we've got a course up there for you in form of casting. Go check it out with our link, which will be in the various chats. Do come and say hello. I'll make sure everyone gets to do that one. Come say hey and learn to be a caster, all of you back home. Man, I feel so bad for Pays. He went from Pays and Lehens, arguably the best duo in the world, to lose a bracket with JDG. Yeah, I mean, missing wasn't great, unfortunately, in the end. Post a certain point, really fell off a cliff. But we had this issue in the LPL in general. A lot of our elite supports just weren't great this year. Really weren't. I've not been that impressed with On. Mako's probably been our best, and even then, he had a really rough split too before really improving again. Damn, Pays with the big numbers gaming. Hung is the best support pretty much, which says a lot. It's him or Mako. But yeah, On's not been great. Missing's been benched. Dway, I suppose, has been decent actually. Credit to him. But again, he's still new, not on a big team. I've not been impressed with On, as I've said. I wasn't impressed with Missing. Hung was really bad until he wasn't. Crisp's been very up and down. What's wrong with LEC timing? 2 to 3 matches, then 4 years later, like World Cup, another begins. Yeah, it's been a bit weird. Hey, good to see you in the mainline, King, as well. Initialize LCK casting in Korea when? Oh, man. I won't lie. I would... don't get me wrong. I would take any tier 1 broadcast that would take me. There's amazing cast and wonderful people I'd love to work with around the world. I'm actually quite good friends with a lot of the LTA casters. Kangas is a friend of mine. Raz is a friend of mine. It'd be awesome to work with them. They're great over there if they wanted me. I'm in Berlin. If LEC wants me more regularly, that would be amazing. But, you know, LCK, you know, that's kind of one of the leagues I started watching League of Legends with. And I have so much love for that league. And again, it's an elite level league, isn't it? And again, I've worked with a lot of those casters, and they're just amazing. I take a lot of inspiration from a lot of those guys, and that would be really awesome. I did put my name in the hat for LCK caster, but again, I think what they're looking for is a replacement for Chronicler, of course, retiring at the end of the year. So I suspect I'm not top of that list, but you've got to try, right? Now, Farouk could see you taking on Chronicler's seat since he's leaving. That'd be a real dream. Be a real dream. And again, I love the LCK teams. I love the memes. Orcs is great. Orcs, not even joking, my first professional cast was with Orcs on the NLC back in 2021. My first proper pro cast was with Orcs, to which Hiprain introduced us as Beardy and Weirdy, which was very funny. We're like, which one's which? So there's that clip out there somewhere. Shout out to Jake. Which team would I cheer for the most? Oh, man. So, one of the first teams I ever watched was SKT. So I've got a soft spot for them. But, like, again, they win a lot, right? Everyone loves watching some of those players just be great. There's something about a team that is ridiculously dominant, Even if you hate them, you go, yeah, that's kind of fun. Of course, you know, you love to hate them too, and all the other fan base, and all that stuff is fun. I had a soft spot for Rox Tigers, but they've kind of disappeared. Bro are so entertaining. Any team with Deft on, whenever we get the go. Gen G are just so meticulous. The LCK in general is just good fun. I can't bring myself to enjoy KT. I won't do it. I can't do it. I won't give in to the excitement propaganda. Only harm leads that way to the soul. Deep inside. Missing, not benched. He just got left released from JDG. Yeah, I knew we got benched and then released. Sorry, I should have clarified this statement. Did get benched and then got released. Correct. I don't know what he's going to do. Because, again, he was not pretty this series. But anyway, there you go. It was on the DRX Caitlyn's game. Let me drop the camera, run you some ads, and I'm going to need to make sure I am hydrated and probably fed as we come into our final game of today. Is LEC today or Saturday? It's, oh gosh, it's meeting today. I don't actually know what the days are, whether it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Apologies on that one.
是暗夜的猎手，更是夜拍的高手。OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰人像 MVP。
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL
皇冠战马。更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
奥方电竞椅职业战队的选择，连续6年，中国电竞椅销量第1。奥方 G7 专业人体工学电竞椅，22项调节，提供腰颈肩全方位支撑。上官方旗舰店搜奥方 G7。今晚碾压局。你的车
就这样了吗？或者说
开局吗？
开就开。
首先是我们他们的战术也准备的比较好吧，然后我们也没有针对到吧，然后整体的发挥也比前两把做的差一点，然后就好好调整的话，我们还是会很大的希望吧。下一场对战 EDG 的话，他们在逆反组也是第一吧，然后表现的也不错，然后就好好发挥一下就行。ND 特色的话，在本赛季的话，偏向于功能性的一些英雄吧，然后就追一下就行。这三个比赛的话，我们应该没有什么在心态上的变化吧，就打好就行。在比赛上发挥也挺好的，然后就继续加油，然后我们也有很大的希望。
Okay, people. Buckle up. Game 5 incoming. I love your stream. I don't know how you don't have thousands of viewers, but I appreciate you going every day. Well, I appreciate you coming in. You coming in here, Christian. Make sure you're liking and commenting on that YouTube video. Keep the algorithm up. That's the play. Game 5, baby. Yeah, the Elise TF did not work.
Turns out, as legendary as Angel's TF is, but yeah.
They go pays 2 kills at level 1 at Blue Belt.
Yes, that is the problem. All right, I will join you for game 5. That's
sure,
all right.
absolutely. We're just coming in.
Ready, so I'll join you whenever I'm ready.
Fantastic, no worries. Alex joining us in short order. In luck, folks. In lucks. Chat says hello. I wonder if Visit Chachi, old top laner for Unicorns of Love, could enter the LEC again next year. Perhaps a plays Fnatic top laner. They need someone who's stable. Yeah, I mean, Chachi has had a very good year at NLC. Played well at Mere Masters 2. Didn't have the best showing last time at LEC, but I will say he's a very consistent, very dedicated player who has been doing this for a long, long time. The story I always tell about Visachachi, and it is an important one, is League isn't his first rodeo. He was arguably the faker of another game, namely Age of Mythology, where he was known as Magyar. And he was one of the absolute best RTS players in the world. So he came from an Age of Empires type game in Age of Mythology, which it's Eidos Studios one, was one of my favorite games growing up, actually. I love that game. And he was the greatest pro of all time in that, or certainly in conversation for it. And then he moved to League, having already been the greatest in another game, and became one of the very best top laners in the world, and certainly in Europe. And obviously, he's been playing for a long, long time. So if there's anyone who's got the longevity and the grind to be good and to do what is necessary, it's Chachi. And I think he really, really had a very good spring and a pretty good summer as well. So if there was an opportunity to come back, I wouldn't hate it for Chachi. Obviously didn't have the best showing in summer playoffs, but I think just Nord in general looked very lost. Yankos I wasn't impressed with. Stream team issues at points. So, Renata, Azir off the table. Sivir, Nocturne this deep in. Off the table. Yeah, I can see that one being pretty good. And a lot of those anti-Nocturne tools are gone. You don't have that many defensive supports. In fact, most of the engaged supports are just out. You've got... I mean, what do you even have? Rel, Alistair, Nautilus, Braum, Leona, all gone. Rakan as well. Blitzcrank probably rises in priority. Calm's gone. Very shy on defensive tools. You might be looking at enchanter lanes now. Maybe it is time for the early Zeri Lulu. Find you engage elsewhere. Sejuani, Maokai probably from the jungle start rising in priority with that in mind. Silas off the board. It's a flex option. You know, Scout plays it. We know it's good in the jungle. Morgana jungle. That kind of thing probably becomes a consideration. Poppy finally let through picks and bans. First picked. There is the flex engage choice you need. Frontline pick, flex, Skarner, tank option, similar ID. You don't have the Rumble to go with it. You don't have the Aurora to go with it. You don't have the Azir because it's banned off. But it might just be a screw it, we need frontline and engage. And that'll do. I think this is probably smarter though, because otherwise EDG would have locked Azeri to take it away from Pays. Zeri Lulu. Okay. Yep. That would be the suggestion, wouldn't it? Xayah is available. You can Xayah here, but of course the choice pairing of the Rakan is gone. Xayah Milio might be an option, because Xayah actually gets increased feather range from Milio, which can be quite valuable with the... I think is it the Cozy Campfire that gives you the extended range, or is it the Warm Hub? Because I never do remember. I believe it's the Campfire. Ahri Vi to go with the Poppy. Also very good at shutting down Zeri. When Zeri was last truly meta, we saw a lot of Ahri and a lot of Vi, because Zeri could not slide far enough away to stay safe.
Okay, right. I'm going to haul myself on in here.
Hell yeah.
Oh my god, giving Pays Zeri in game 5. I'm not sure, man.
It's because they've taken off the Renata to make sure they can't Callista and go defensive. Because there's like no supports left out. I know. They just decided Scout's Azir and the flex of the Silas is more problematic. They felt like they could manage it. Shun has got Kindred open, has got Nidalee open, has got Lilia open. If he wants to go that route, I think the Skarner with the limited engage tools is probably wiser. You could Maokai, you could Sejuani.
Okay, well, you've got an Enchanter, you have an AD carry, and you got a frontline. JDG, they're ready to team fight by front to back. They're ready to rock. EDG, I don't know. This is already playing with fire. Just Pays. Whenever Pays has actually been set up for success, that has been a great way for JDG to manage things. Now, I will say, I think Xiaoshu over this playoffs compared to regular split, I don't think he's been the win condition for JDG that they would have liked. So we'll see if he can level up here in this final game. I didn't get to catch much of the rest of the series, but from what I did see, it wasn't so short.
Yeah, he locked in the blind jacks and ZDZ cannoned him. Was the really big loot. The other games were mostly fine, but that one wasn't, is the honest answer. Had a fine Renekton game. Oh, sorry, that was ZDZ. What was Xiaoxi playing that one? Sion. Had a very good Sion game. That was the one it was. Aatrox blinded the ZDZ. No Jax take into it. Game with Lissandra, interestingly. We have seen a little bit of that lurking around of late.
It must have been coming up in scrims. We saw it once on stage from Knight, of course, had a very good game, an MVP in the reverse sweep against JDG
as well.
Against JDG. So, yeah, you know, value there on that one, getting banned out. Scout, what's he even got left? You don't have Aurora. Annie is gone.
Morgana mid, are we going that route?
I don't think it's that good into Ahri, not going to lie.
Black Shield might give you something, but yeah, agreed. And it's another tool to keep Xiaoxi alive. Galio's gone, so no defensive tool there. Yone to go with for Skarner. Got a Lulu behind you to give you a bit of backup. Would be pseudo extra engage. Is it just that point in the game? Tristana.
What is this mid lane pick going to be? EDG yet to lock in. Well, I suppose technically either jungle or support. Poppy could be switched, although into the Zeri Lulu, you're very likely to see that Poppy into the jungle. Now, I like the Mordekaiser because it does mean it stops the Ahri flying at you and getting picks in that side lane. Of course, it's likely to that Poppy Ahri, of course, in the mid jungle. No Vi to go alongside it.
Senna or Smolder, probably the two most potent hyper carries up. You could Ziggs, I suppose.
I like the Senna. I do like the Senna. I think that the Senna's very good here because it allows. There's no one on the other side where you can't really kill. Even someone like Skarner can struggle against the Senna, and Senna has long enough range to not be bothered by the Mordekaiser unless he gets a very good flank angle. So the Senna will be locked in. Fine lane versus the Zeri. What is the support?
Is it going to be the Poppy? Going to be the Vi being banned away actually does prevent that angle in terms of that flick around. Of course, the Draven ban as well as a potential game 5 slam. I could have seen the angle, not necessarily the best comp for it, but hey, sometimes you just ball it and say, I'm a Draven main, let's do this. That being taken off as the tool. Blitzcrank.
Well, if you land the Senna W, it gets kind of crazy. It's the Maokai instead for team fight engage, because they didn't have AoE engage before this.
Still a flex.
It is. Now, mid lane last pick for Scout. Oft maligned in this split. Summer Scout locks in Victor for what could potentially be JDG's last game of the year. Or EDG's. It's one of them. Well, I suppose there would be... No, that's not true because we would have regionals afterwards. It would be the last games of playoffs.
Indeed, it would be. But if you lose this, immediately EDG or JG get too many points and they knock the other out of regionals.
I didn't realize that was the step. Well,
that's the way it is.
That is the stakes. Let's get ourselves into this 5th and final game. The silver has been scraped. EDG against Scout and Clearlove on JDG. You couldn't write it any better. Sometimes life is better than art.
Sometimes truth, stranger than fiction as well. It is a drama-filled one.
We'll get ourselves nice and situated, seated down here, and we'll get ourselves into the game.
Alright. One more time into the breach we go. Giles, one final time. It is late in China. Giles still there. Well, a little bit of a statistical forecast. EDG a little bit better early on. I can sort of see that with the Poppy and the Ahri, and then mid-game spike. Interesting that they favour EDG so much later, but I guess Senna Maokai later on. Senna is not going to be the easiest for quite a short range comp to deal with.
I'm just going to straight up disagree with the model there. I think that JDG vastly outscale. I think that Lulu buffing up 2 long range carries is a huge bonus, and I think that Victor and Zeri put out so much more damage than Ahri and Senna. Yes, the Aatrox can be a bit of a mess, but the Mordekaiser will take one of the carries out. Worth noting that is the Spellbook on the Maokai, and it's the Aerie onto draw. A little bit more healing, a little bit more poke. Bot lane laning phase, going to be a bit of a wash, I think. Look, Senna's strong enough into this duo, and the saplings can be quite valuable. Bit of healing there, as though on did walk up and do briefly 1v2, not the best there.
See how it all rolls from that, of course. A bit dicey, but the early sapling is down. Chunk from that one, Arm with the barrier early, trying to fight for control over the wave.
And he takes no damage into it, so that is a wasted barrier. Arn, a player which I think last year was very, very good. This year, I think he's had a bit more stumbles. This could be so crucial for him.
Sapling back onto Pays, actually. A little bit of a clutch one there. Provides quite a lot of value onto Pays.
It's the shield, sorry, the slow rather, and the damage. Another sapling. Good, not having that, oh, dash over the wall. Good damage there.
Heal now, procs. Pays. Gets shielded up there with the Whimsy.
And in the top lane, we have our Bruiser boys going at it. Aatrox Mordekaiser, actually a fairly competitive matchup. We saw a lot of this back in, I'd say, 2020, 2021 or so.
That was about right, yeah.
Maybe a little before that even. I can't remember exactly when it was, but this used to be a very studied matchup. Good cues coming through from ZDZ. Worth noting that, I mean, Xiaoshu has been such a good player for JDG across this split. This series, a bit more mixed, or playoffs. Xiaohao coming top early, wanting to flip the top matchup, not the bot one.
Would you look at that? It's a full build Poppy with red buff and level 3. You just don't have fun. Has to flash, but there's a flash to charge back towards ZDZ's Aatrox. What do? You've got an Unbreakable and a Dream. That's not a bad idea. But indestructible, the ability may be. Nature, a little less so.
ZDZ uses the flash, so it's 2 flashes for 1, but first blood to the Aatrox. And if the Aatrox starts rolling, that is a problem. See that Angel getting out traded by Scout. No surprise, the Victor is actually very good against the Ahri in the laning phase. One of the better matchups for mages into that champion. Ahri really likes laning as melees, honestly, more than the other mages. We'll have to teleport in early.
Sorry, early game. Play from Xiaohao. Otherwise, though, JDG have actually been laning well here. The bot lane in particular. The early advantage over the wave has given Hayes a strong early advantage. That's happened quite a lot this series. So, games have gone on. JDG's mid games have been so poor.
Yeah. And in this case, by the way, in terms of the bot lane laning phase, EDG's bot lane knew their jungler was heading away from them. They weren't fighting for push. They just want to make sure that they can keep safe. You know, if Shun comes down and wall stuns one of them, then it becomes a problem. At the end of the day, they knew Xiaohao was not coming to their lane. Their job was to survive, and they've ended up doing that. We do have lane swap shenanigans available, I suppose. Senna was channeling the recall, chooses not to. Xiaoshu now showing him that top side lane again, and we wait for the next play to happen. So you've highlighted those mid games. I'll take your word for it, and we'll see whether EDG can make the most of it, because I have to say, when it comes through to the mid game, they are very, very powerful. I think when it gets later and later, I do get really afraid of playing against Mordekaiser around objectives at any sort of late game with Lulu buffing up a hyper carry. And realistically, even though it's not an auto attack one, just the heals, the shields on the Victor can be very potent too. EDG, they need to make the early and mid game stick before they're outscaled.
You do have a Senna, that always kind of, I guess it's insurance. We did say, look, things like the Skarner, the Victor, not always the easiest because you become quite obvious targets for last embraces and the rest of it. And maybe that provides enough value with saplings and Poppy W and stuff to stop JDG being too free to go forwards. They're still into a Zeri Lulu late. All these tools and all these things are still mighty difficult battering run to hold the gates.
Notice that Arn's been trying to recall for a while and not been quite able to. The wave is going to get shoved into tower here, so Palkia not able to save it for Arn. Arn, not great early laning here, actually. He's going to get denied a full wave under turret because Palkia can't hold it. He's going to be down a full 10 CS. Has the swiftness boots first, but isn't going to be getting the cull. The cull is locked in pace, so he will be falling further behind the individual matchup. We're actually getting a contest for this. Maybe that's why Arn wanted to recall.
He wanted to force them off the dragon, actually, briefly, but they're still there. Shout and flash on in. He's got the Hex Flash to work with. This is going to get tight! Not quite in time, but Palkia goes to the backside, gets the knockback onto Shun with the flash out himself. Pays. Jua looking to get away, gets the heal. Not quite charged into the wall, but Jua flashes. Try that again. Pays for JDG. As I conflate the team and the player does manage to slide out there and hold on to his summons.
So Dragon for 2 flashes. Draw on the Lulu will be very easy to pick off now after this point. Any bit of CC, and that champion goes down very, very quickly. EDG giving up that early dragon, though. That is a worry, because JDG, now they've taken that early dragon, they can give up some others and wait to scale. And what's their comp strength? It is scaling. That is a big win for JDG. It gives them a little bit more time to work with, but they don't have to contest, you know, an early soul from EDG.
Shoots a few more minions. Best he can anyway. Piercing Darkness comes on through. Just slow down a little here.
Lane swap coming through now. Xiaoxi going down towards bot side. Pays up towards top. We do have grubs coming up in a minute. That's typically why we switch things around. You want to be playing around, you're pushing bot lane. And Zeri doing okay on that so far. Get the half wards of the saplings being put in. Those saplings have... Honestly, when it came up in around 2022, 2021... 21 really, because that's when we saw, you know, being played as Makai support and stuff. Damwon played that in their semi-finals victory over SKT back then, T1. It has changed the way that vision control and macro has worked throughout the entirety of pro play. Makai saplings that are so strong. So perhaps EDG, even with a nerf version of them, after all these years, they last less long now. Can give them a little bit more information to work with.
Into the river for some honey fruit, and again, all you laners, reminder there is fruit there to go heal yourself back up, and quite valuable if you end up taking nasty trades.
About to hit, you know, level 6s for bot lanes now. Hang on, Xiao potentially come back in mid. His flash is back up. Quite hard to gank a Victor like that, though. Has phase rush, which makes it much easier to run away from something like the Poppy, and that's a cannon miss by Angel. Well, yeah, awkward. Rough.
Frustrating, the charm damage not quite enough there to secure the charm auto combo in terms of the kill at the very least. Wave shoved, grub started. It's JDG in the river first.
It is. Do EDG contest? Do they feel like they have positioning? One's going to go down quickly. Oh, hang on a second. Where's the W from Senna? Misses.
Does the curse of the Black Mist was bring a little bit of safety there. Can make it quite difficult to become targeted by various things. Well, Zeri better than most of that because you just press Q.
Okay, so now Scout's on the flank. Remember, there's no point in click Vi ultimate to link up with the Ahri. It means that EDG will need to hit a lot more skill shots on their own, like that Senna W just there.
200, there we go. Second grub secured. Now turning on to Scout potentially. Flash charge, not quite on the wall. TP now coming on forward. Xiao just over the gravity field. Chaos Storm comes on down. It's a big one back in terms of the grub, but actually now Shun getting caught by the charm and the last embrace into the impale coming on to buy some time, but Jewel and Pace now need to start running away. They'll Spark Surge over the wall. Jewel, though, has been left out to right. Another last embrace. And this Lulu will speed themselves up with a whimsy, but I don't know how far you can run as the autos keep flying, and Arn has donated another kill.
It's a little bit cut and dry from EDG. Xiaoxi was punted out by Xiaoshu was punted out by Xiao Hao's ultimate. The Poppy sent the Mordekaiser flying. EDG still lose 2 grubs to 1, but they do pick up an extra kill. And a couple of ultimates around the place. Not the cleanest I would have liked from EDG. JDG not doing bad here. You know, they're getting the early objectives, which is really important. You'd expect, actually, EDG to be really looking to force around them. But I think particularly Pays being getting the shove in early and Shun arriving to the objectives early alongside Scout as well, pushing in the Ahri, has given them a bit of a platform to now have a good start to this game.
Again, at the very least for JDG, they did get that second grub. But there is that. I thought EDG managed to get 2, but no, not quite. Had to back off before they could do it. So there is that, but again, a kill for that. It's a bit frustrating, especially when you're giving it over to the Senna, who's now actually, ironically, slightly up in gold, which is a touch frustrating, but still. One has been good at picking up the kills across the series, but Pay's farm numbers have been exceptional. Did a 62,000 damage Lucian game earlier.
Jeez.
It was up about 80 CS on a Kai'Sa. The Kai'Sa was like getting 6-7 kills. Arm was team fighting well, but was just not given any space on the map to pick up resources.
A reminder, folks, winner of this series knocks the other one out of regional qualifiers, rather, and basically knocks them out of world's contention. That is the stakes for this.
Oh, yeah, it's
EDG
done.
are against Scout, their old EDG legend, and Clearlove as their coach. Yet another EDG legend. Both of them on a very different team now. EDG have been failing in recent years. Managed to mount a comeback out of Group Nirvana, coming from the depths of the LPL. JDG on the other side of it, very much struggling to match quite high, lofty goals that they've set for themselves over years of excellence as one of our most regionally dominant teams in recent years.
Very much so. Early Hex Drinker for Aatrox. Knows that his lane opponents are going to be a Mordekaiser and a Victor. And even the likes of the Skarner, actually, a lot of his damage is more for what it is magic damage. And you've got Lulu as well. Zeri actually has a bit of mixed damage with the W, so I think it's just a smart pickup here.
Dragon is available. EDG would really like to start stacking dragons if they can. Not the easiest thing to do so with JDG. Actually pushing in very fast with the Victor. I think the Victor is a crucial pick to this draft, being able to control a lane. They've actually got 2 winning pushing lanes in the early game with the Zeri and the Victor. Pays a little bit on the edge there, but does have the cleanse, has the flash too. Of course, the Lulu behind them makes them much more likely to get out of plays unscathed.
With Skarner back in base, I think this should just be Dragon over towards EDG. Draw control ward down. Gonna get spotted by that sapling. Gonna be able to back away with the Whimsy, not in danger of being slowed down.
And the reason with JDG not contesting is that they got the first dragon. They didn't need to fight for this one. If it was second dragon, then you start to get a little bit worried actually, because it's getting close towards danger zones with dragons being claimed. So JDG, that early dragon really helping them. Good snipe there around the minion from Angel. Dunk onto Scout. But EDG, we did say they need to leverage their early game. Not sure they've completely done that so far.
So coming into the heights of their power now-ish, if you know what I mean. The first items and those things starting to come on through. But they do really want to make things start happening over the next 5 or so minutes. Or do start getting a little bit worried about the Zeri Lulu, the Victor coming online. Once they start getting, say, 2 items, once the Lulu sets to start allowing Pays to glide around some of these fights. Brad might be looking to jump onto Angel a bit here, but no, Spark Surge over the wall. Just fine again when Pays was cutting his teeth as a rookie AD carry back on Gen G. It was on champions like Zeri, which he really looked the best on. And he stacked that Cull up about 30 CS right now as well. Yeah. He could get scary real fast.
Yeah, Pays was the, you know, the Zeri Ezreal Kai'Sa guy, which was very interesting at the point where he was successful. Was, you know, you think of the metas where he on Gen G were beating T1, and he had the better half of the champion pool for the meta that he was in compared to someone like Gumayusi, actually. Of course, one of the most famous and successful AD carries now of all time, and Pays actually held his own versus him in some significant moments. Yes, of course, lost some very key series too, and of course, absolutely no disparagement towards Gumayusi there, who is one of the greatest to ever do it. But Pays is a player which is often underrated, especially on his choice champions like this area. Being given it in a game 5 now, with a front line, with an enchanter. Pays must pay off the investment in the draft into him, much like he did last game on the Caitlyn.
That's the plan. And again, one of the most consistent carries JDG had all year. He's been a very consistent carry across his career. Problem has been a few high-profile fumbles in clutch moments of people to kind of dismiss him at points and ignore the 90% of great play elsewhere. Hopefully that won't happen here. You've got a Lulu and a cleanse and all the tools in the world to keep yourself alive. Do not get caught with your summoners up Pays. Not this time, please.
Arn has the Shiv, makes it much easier for him to contest waves now. Teleport coming in from the support Maokai. Looks like a W landed onto Pays. They get damage from Arn, actually. Have the Herald in a minute. This is very important for EDG. That's an accelerant for them. They can use that to push forward the game. They really need to get their hands on that one, which is why getting trades like this onto Pays are very important. You want JDG to be playing defensively and not have a great angle towards that Herald.
Also note that the Maokai hasn't been punished in lane, which often happens.
That's true.
And has ended up getting to first item, got the sledge in as well. I never remember exactly what the sledge
Solstice
does.
Slay. Yeah, it's basically when it gives you move speed in certain scenarios. I think that's when you CC your shield, basically.
Which is not bad on Maokai, to be fair. You've got the Shiv down. And in fairness, getting out of that early shove, because let's be real, send a Maokai into Zeri Lulu. The Zeri Lulu was going to get shoved. You've gotten out of it largely in one piece, though giving the Zeri a free lane is a bit scary, and she's about to cash in the Cull. And will get herself towards some very delicious looking gold.
Yeah, we are very even in gold. We have good platform for both teams to fight off of. Arn gets to shove in the wave much better now, and the Herald has spawned. As we said, EDG really want this. It gives them a way to cut open that mid lane turret in best case scenario. Do JDG contest? Scout is recalling, wants to teleport back in.
Looking for first item completions already largely done. Blackfire for the Ahri to play some of these a bit slower, some of that ability haste.
John was going for an angle there. Xiaoxiu, reminder, has that ultimate to pull someone out of the fight, including the jungler if it comes to a smite fight. Aatrox coming in on a flank. That Mordekaiser ultimate could be crucial here.
Just pick the Shojin on that back as well. Important. In comes the Nature's Grasp. Big charm, big chunk, forces the Chaos Cleanse.
Poppy ultimate was charged but put on cooldown. It's going to come off right now. JDG soaked them out. That's pretty good for them.
is. Cost them a Mikhails. Cost them a bit of HP bars, but not too much more. It's still EDG in the better position than the River.
Okay, so one cleanse down. There's a cleanse on Pays. Means that the other targets, though, much easier to play around. Xiaoshu, again, just playing blocker, wants to get someone out of the fight with that ultimate if it comes to it. Scuttle Crab gained by JDG.
Wave just crashes on, caught on the grab field, has to flash out.
Okay, so that's a flash down that's important. Now you can flash and pale him. Poppy ultimate was charged up again there, and once again put on cooldown. Looks like Herald taken by EDG, and there will actually be no fight. JDG not confident in their ability to change things, and let's be honest, them choosing not to fight there does mean that they're avoiding a bit of the power spike from EDG, which is starting now.
Very much so. Make things happen. There's another dragon in 4 seconds. You don't have teleport, neither top laners, but oh lord, ZDZ really hurts with the Shojin completed.
You have the shield through it, so it's not the worst thing ever. Worth noting as well, Angel's going for a slower burn Ahri build. He's not going for the dive the backline. He wants to kill the front line with a Blackfire build, which I think is the correct choice here, actually. Now, having less ult uptime is a problem. Herald now being put top lane, not into the mid lane. Now, that is interesting. Often mid lane turret is kind of reserved exclusively for this, but with the two, with the one grub spot, sorry, and ZDZ on the side lane, we're going to share some gold between ZDZ and Arn and open up a side lane instead of the mid lane. That is curious.
Take that option. They do get first turret towards feats of strength and need a bit of gold. I think because they didn't have any wards bot lane with the walls all over the place for JDG, contesting Dragon would maybe have been a bit of a nightmare. So just taking the opportunity to stack some more souls on Arn, who is actually stacking souls pretty cleanly here.
57, yeah, that's pretty good. That's very good. At the 20-minute mark, you normally expect 50-something. He's going to be above that. So Arn's getting some good value there. Is down 700 gold because the cull cashed in and then sold from Pays. Plus there being a 40 CS advantage to Pays. However, if you get towards 2 items on a center and you get a load of stacks, you're still very happy. It's going to be a 1 turret for 1 turret trade. Feeds of strength will come down to first to 3 kills. So JDG, if they get a clean 3, that's good. But if they give up 1 before that, EDG will claim the feats of strength. And particularly in a game with Senna, the upgraded swiftness boots are really, really nice. So that is the kind of thing which could add an extra bit of sting to this. We are still within 100 gold. At this point, 18 minutes in, and for a game 5, I'm so glad it's not a blowout. So often in Fearless series, we've talked about, well, you know, drafts just fall apart at game 5. This is an even-ish draft. We talked about scaling advantages for JDG, but, you know, there's points to play throughout each one. And it's not an early game snowball, which has completely nullified the last game of the series and ends with a whimper.
Often we get to that point and it feels a bit rough. Not today, and it actually does feel like across LPL playoffs, I've been happy with my game 5 drafts when I've seen them. It does feel like
they haven't been ruined. Yeah,
there have been people who have actually done cooking correctly. It's not always worked, but I appreciate the fact it's been looked at. See, actually, the best example was Weibo versus AL. What a crazy game 5 draft that was.
Now, you could argue that actually was drafted. You could argue that one. But it was still an exciting game. Yeah. Like, the game was good in game 5. I'm glad it wasn't a blowout. So we have extended side lanes now. Again, very close within gold. We're getting to the point where more plays can be made. Xiaohao yet to land a crucial wall stun onto one of these picks. He's flashed for wall stuns twice so far this game and not gotten value out of it. Of course, he did for that flash kind of weird insect on the Poppy in top lane earlier. Xiaohao is a player I have so much love for. For him, if he were to win this series, it would be huge. Very, very notable. A player which has tried to work his way to the top. Didn't quite make it there with Weibo. Was replaced by Tarzan after a split. Now on EDG after this year. In Group Nirvana, managed to work their way up and up again. If they were to be JDG, that is when you actually start taking notice of the teams. Not just you, who the LPL fans watching in chat. It's the people who actually go, well, hang on, EDG, they beat who? Oh, well, EDG back. That's when your ears start to perk up. Atakan has spawned perhaps our next fight around it.
Games 1 and 2 was decided by Atakan. JDG really a monstrous snowball in game 1 with a very, very poor Atakan play that allowed EDG back in. Actually,
flash away from the W.
Flash away.
Yeah, Arn actually hiding the W in the Q animation around the corner. So that's a flash down on the Lulu. Lulu, yeah, very, very risky champion to play at points. Trying to defend this Tribush. They don't want to start the Atakan right now. They just want to control vision. See if JDG make a mistake. Because at the end of the day, they didn't use any summoners for that flash blown. They just used the W on the center.
Oh, hang on. Last embrace. Doesn't lead to too much more, but Pace was theoretically a little bit of risk there. You saw JDG suddenly start moving towards the Zeri. Sharp order. Mordekaiser Ahri roaming up the river and the jungle respectively. Nature's Grasp going to come flying across. Naps a couple. Scout has to be cleansed on. Charm onto Shun into the last embrace combo. Xiaoshu looking for someone to pull into the death realm. Angel will be a good call. Palkia as well would be alright. Can't quite find it on either target.
I think Angel might want to teleport back. He went down to half HP. Yes, there are Senna heals, but it's not that much in terms of the poke being put through. We're trading range for range, clearing the wave, and looking for that next long-range skill shot.
Obliterate down, death. Ray comes on, it's a Hex Tech Ray these days, post-rework. Piercing Darkness on the slow. Xiaoshu can get Last Embrace on! Oh my days, that pullback was scary. Flash away, gets himself a barrier. Pace starts for the kill. ZDZ drives into the wall with the Ixtal impact. Big chunk back with the Dawning Shadow. But Victor's knocked out Victor. Pace still trying. ZDZ caught in the death row with Xiaoshu and will likely fall. They've killed off the Skarner. Another death scratch as Palkia gets pulled back in and goes down the obliterator of the tower. As Xiaoshu with a stolen stats gets another dice. Finally to a Piercing Darkness and the turret shots, but Scout and Pace are back and rolling. Oh, Arn, you can't get pulled back like that.
Arn might have made the misstep, which costs EDG the series. Arn walks up with Flash and is hit by an unassisted Mordekaiser E, which kills 4 members of his team. JDG will have prime position to go towards the Atakan, and you have to look towards this AD carry. He had such a good last year, but this one has been much more rife with mistakes. Reminder, folks, they went into Group Nirvana because of the missteps of Arn, getting caught out mid-Kaiserol by Monkey's Skarner earlier in the year, and right here, blowing both summoners on a one-man mission to get a tiny bit of poke. It is just not worth it. Arn might have just thrown the game for EDG.
ZDZ being pulled into the death realm as well, so we can get the AoE healing. Ends up him going down. Palkia gets pulled back. What do you do at this point? Arn survives for a second or two longer. They do get that turret shot back, at least. Scout flashing on in ensures that Arn has nowhere really to go as the Siphon power ensures his death.
So Atakan is still available. Worth noting that the objective has not been killed just yet.
Oh, baby. Well, statistical advantage to JDG right now. Atakan starting again. TP's come flying. ZDZ has his and ult in 5 seconds. Back and up. Atakan started. They don't get the TP quite yet off either top laner. Here we go, starting now. The Aatrox want to roam up the river or join. 7,000 HP. TP now. Piercing Darkness onto Shun. Xiaoshu dodges away. Arn gets pulled back again. Into the death roll means he's not here and doing damage. Coil on the other side of the wall in the Atakan pit. Down to 3,000 HP. The Atakan back out of it. Last Embrace on surviving, but not for long enough. Angels had to go on a very awkward journey. Lands the charm, but Skarner gets a double. Finally get a hold of the Mordekaiser, but Paze goes in and stunned to the wall! Paze, cleanse, does go down! Angel gets a reset as ZDZ, beginning to unleash a lot of firepower. Atakan's still there and helping out the squad somewhat. Trying to hit the Darkin Blade, doesn't land it. Scout doing his best to be the carry at this point with the Lulu behind him, and will surely fall at the end of it all. And JDG come away with the man advantage.
I can't believe it happened again. Xiaoshu finding those crosshairs onto Arn and hitting him with skill shots. But with low HP, JDG can't actually stick around for the objective. They are winning the fights, they're getting the kill gold, but they haven't gotten themselves the Atakan just yet. With the kills though, you'll notice that Scout finishes his Dark Seal and goes into a Medjai's at 10 stacks. Has a Seekers as well. Arn, what's happening? What is happening? The pathing was poor. Gets caught out by another E from the Mordekaiser, and Obliterate over the wall takes up so much of his HP. And Arn, these last Atakan fights are going to be black stains on his career. A player who's actually fairly well respected, honestly, in the LPL. But these kind of fights, in such an important moment, they are going to be very hard to forget.
Paze looking for the assassination on the RE. He just goes to feed, is the honest answer. I think if Paze had stayed alive, they would have gotten Atakan. Instead of him going down, makes it a lot trickier.
So we have a third fight now. In picture, it's down to about half HP. It looks like there will be a contest. Xiaoshu does have ult coming back up again now.
On in the Black Mist, bringing people up. A good order. The Keeper's Verdict sped up. Knocks out the Skarner. Hang on. How much time do they have to get onto the Atakan? Still aggro on the JDG. Or forced back to the top side river. It'll reset at this point. ZDZ chunk onto Xiaoshu. Pulling Death's Grasp. Will miss it. ZDZ driven into the wall. Impaled after. Overcomes the Dawning Shadow, buying some time, but not enough to keep him alive. As Angel eats a Death Ray. Down to Atakan now, surely. As a 5v4 begins again.
Now they don't have the Aatrox. The intimidation is kind of gone. Their Paze is still trying to put some DPS through. Don't think they'll be able to get in range for the steal.
Xiao goes flashing forward, can't get the stun of the wall. Big damage back, but they can't quite get what they're looking for. Low. Piercing Darkness is good. Unfortunately for them, their jungler is down, and Scout gets Wild Growth. Has got a Chaos Storm on top of him. And Palkia will get healed by the Redemption. Keeps himself alive for a second or two, but Scout just has enough mana for another Hex Decoration. Now looking to steal up this Wolf Camp. Actually gets slowed up a little bit, but they pick up the Atakan. Last Embrace. I don't know whether they've got quite enough damage. Charm is solid enough, but Piercing Darkness, another slow, but the upheaval, Shun will eventually be forced to flash.
Okay, it's a long time to kill him, though, and it means that he can actually get out with his next round of cooldowns. JDG bring EDG back to the Atakan 3 times over before it's finally killed. 18 Magi stacks now for Scout, who's had a magnificent time just gunning down the people in front of him. The Hexblade on Zeri also helping. Pays out, just being able to continually go to these fights back to back with ultimate charged up. JDG have done a great job of just holding things behind their front line, allowing their back line to just continually well through them. And EDG, they've been anti-clutch here, folks, particularly on that last fight. Wasn't really on him, but the ones before it, which put them into that situation, surely were. They're now $5,000 behind, soul point to JDG, and EDG might have just blown a golden shot to take down JDG in a best-of-5 series.
I thought with the Skarner going, maybe they could have got it, but just because it's aggroed onto Pays, the Atakan, they can't finish it. It all ends up a bit split off. 3 members of EDG, most of the damage is in the top lane, and ZDG just gets driven to the wall. The Aatrox gets no value.
Yeah, and you're seeing the lack of having something like that point-and-click engage from the Vibe, which can just throw themselves in so the Ahri and the Senna can gun themselves after. Xiaohao, he knows he needs to go in and try something that gets Mordekaiser roll to teleport now onto Shun. Doesn't have flash, doesn't need it.
Tail comes on in, Pays goes wall riding in, flash away, Angel got the ult rolling, another charm onto Shun who gets wild growth. ZDZ good healing onto Xiaoshu, needs to try and get some value here as he gets over the wall, looking to get some more work. Darkin Blade down, and I think that Mordekaiser is about to be dragged out of his own death realm, and things get interesting. Now they're caught on the wrong side of the gravity field. They do kill off the Maokai, but so is the Mordekaiser dead.
Zeri's going back towards mid lane to push that in. JDG, I mean, honestly, I think they'll take that fight because they retain territory advantage. They keep all the vision control in bot side, and yes, they give a kill over to the other side. And Angel is currently 3-0-3, building up towards the 3rd item now, so he's not unhappy as the Ahri. But JDG, we already said, look, they realistically, they scale. They have a very good set of carries, backed up by a Lulu, and EDG don't have that same enchanter. They have a Maokai, who's currently at 0-4, and, well, I think Palkia has had a magnificent debut. This game hasn't really been it from him. The Maokai has not really been able to provide value. Part of it's on draft, of course. A lot of it is, in fact, really prepared to draw on the Lulu, which can just stand behind a very powerful set of carries at this point.
100% KP for the Lulu, just been involved everywhere. Mikhailsing, shielding, wild growthing as required. And look, we thought it was going to be about Pays. It's actually been in some ways more about Scout. For the Pays is a lot of gold ahead, and he is talking about him quite yet on. Going to be forced to back away with the Curse of the Black Mist.
Hexplate means it's on lower cooldown. Angel, good tap there with the Horizon Focus. Sweet spot. Doesn't really actually do the extra damage now, but still makes it look nice. Baron is available. Do EDG just think, look, I think this is desperation. They must get a Baron here. JDG, do they see it coming? Remember, they do have Flash Mordekaiser ult to bring out the jungler and the Smite.
Now, Farsight Alteration seems to come into EDG. A little bit harder. Again, Shun has the Skarner, very easy target for that last embrace. A Lulu behind him. Angel chunked out by Scout on the wrong side. Looks for the charm, lands it. No real follow-up as yet. That Skarner tanking up right now. Nature's Grasp comes across, and oh my days on.
Oh,
Palkia got absolutely blasted by Victor. Last embrace again, another charm, but again, the damage retention on EDG is just so scary.
Oh, and Angel can't kill the tanks. I know he thinks he's gone for a slower burn anti-tank build. He doesn't have any pen, and Shun really doesn't give a damn. So the Victor E poke goes insane, and JDG spot the Desperation Baron, play it slow, land their skill shots, and now start the Baron themselves.
100 stacks for Arn. It's a big break point for Senna, but you're still stuck at 2 items. It's going to give you some cleanse. ADG will get a golden scout for a second or two. Death Grasp over the walls. EDZ now in a very awkward 1v1 with Xiaoshu, drags him to the death realm. Shock laser across the walls. Angel times out on his ult, and Pays goes looking, flashing on him. Wild growth and gets a hold of Ahri. Arn needs to flash away as Scout's looking for him. Get over here. Piercing Darkness will not keep him alive, and over the wall Pays can look to wall ride once more, shoved into it briefly, but the damage is truly done. Ankle's broken. EDG's miracle run ends in failure.
They'll have to go find another cycle to find themselves true enlightenment coming from Nirvana and back down to whence they came. Their year will end here. JDG, the old EDG legends themselves, felling their old team. Scout, Clearlove, win the series.
It takes until game 5. Hope was there, but they just don't have enough in there. The salutes come up, and Edward Gaming dreams die to Jing Dong Gaming. It takes them 5 games. It is anything but clean
but JDG confirm at least regionals, at least another best of 5.
EDG had a good shot at it. A good start to the series. We thought that maybe they were favorites walking into today. JDG quashed that where it stands. JDG will move on further into the bracket. We'll see what that matchup is a little bit later. I believe they go on to face Weibo after this. JDG Weibo, a matchup which always delivers. Oh damn, that was going to be a spicy one actually. Those teams always give us our best matchup between those two.
Xiaohu v Scout. Ooh, that sounds fun.
On the road to Worlds. Now, could JDG make it back for the first time since 23? They missed it in 2024, of course. JDG have had a rough year, folks. They do make it through EDG. Look at that smile on Shun. I think he had a pretty damn good game on the Skarner. That Skarner was actually very, very solid. But I can't help but feel sad for players like Xiao Hao on the other side. I think that he had a magnificent year here. Palkia, a great debut for him as well. EDG, their year will end here, but there have been some good performances from the squad.
And some redemption required for so many of these players for the team as well. It is sad that the hope the momentum they were building from Nirvana all the way through to Knights Rivals, where they come in, they have a solid-ish series versus IG, even if it's a 3-0. They come down here, they end up in a position where they're 2-1 up, and can't close out the series. It will be good. It will be frustrating, especially considering who it's against. Scout, Clear Love, players that we've got history with in so many senses of that word. But alas, not enough.
That'll be our series for today, folks. Thank you so much for watching. Of course, I was only here for the last one, so thank you for watching Sam, realistically,
the one
over on this channel. And, of course, we'll just keep on plugging away at these series for as long as you are here to enjoy them. We do this out of the love of LPL, the love of the game, and also because there is no official broadcasts of LPL anymore. We don't have it. It's gone. The official LPL English broadcast was shut down at the start of this year. So if you enjoy LPL and you enjoy our coverage of it, please support us. If you can, like, comment, subscribe, and potentially even donate to some of the programs which are involved in it as well. We have a Ko-fi link which you can donate to, and also League Mastery, where we are putting up a little guide and some basic informatics about how to be a caster. You can learn about what we do and what we think about when we're casting. You can learn more about the industry. It makes a lot of difference to us. That's going to be the end of stream today. Have you got anything you're going to do after, or are you...
I might go do a bit of streaming
Perfect,
myself.
Cool. So in that case, folks, if you're on Twitch, we'll go follow over to Sam after the stream ends. If you're on YouTube, we shall end the show after we've gone through the highlights and stuff. We'll watch through these and we'll go through that. Thank you so much for the cheer there, British Pirate.
British Pirates cheered X100. Thanks, boys. Keep up the good work, 07.
Let me know when you're live, Sam.
Okay, folks, we'll send you over to Sam now. And if you're on YouTube, the show will end here. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next